Canadian diplomats from India, India recalling its envoy and other diplomats from Canada, and then the events in the last 24 hours, protest outside the Hindu temple, attacks by separatist elements there, then Mr. Trudeau being criticized internally by the leader of opposition in their parliament. So all these issues were scheduled to be discussed. The Foreign Secretary was expected to brief the panel about what has been India's response to all this diplomatic crisis between India and Canada, because there are many unresolved issues, there are many issues and details which are not in the public domain related to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar and how Canada went on to allege India's involvement. Perhaps they suggest that it was Indian government which was involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, perhaps had hired agents, and also all these issues are still in the dark, that what has been India's response to this, how is India handling this crisis, and all this was expected that Mr. Misri would be briefing the panel, but that didn't happen. And in the past, just last month, Mr. Misri had, the Foreign Secretary had briefed the same panel about the India's relations in West Asia, the ongoing situation in Palestine, and perhaps back then the standing committee was satisfied with the response. But this time around, due to paucity of time, this couldn't happen. We have not heard yet from Foreign Secretary's office or from MEA that why the briefing could not take place. But as per the participating MPs, perhaps due to paucity of time, the briefing could not take place.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. So no discussion on India-Canada relations at this parliamentary party meeting that took place. Well, moving on to news now coming from the Supreme Court and relief for commercial vehicle drivers, that's bus and truck drivers, from the top court. And the top court has held that LMV license holders can drive transport vehicles. The Supreme Court said there's no data to back road accident claims that were made in this particular petition. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, give us more details about this, entire case. So, what was being said, and now huge relief to commercial vehicle drivers.
Well, the case is very simple. This is a 5-judge constitutional bench which has finally ruled that if you and me have a license and it is for a light motor vehicle, you are eligible technically to drive a vehicle which is up to 7,500 kgs. So this is really, large vehicles too. Because they have a certain skill, they have a certain expertise. That is what the Supreme Court ruled. The state, in this case the center, had done some legislation intent in 1994. They were to make some amendments. Attorney General was to assist the court, wanted some postponement and adjournment on this matter to say that they're making certain changes, but that wasn't the case. So the constitutional bench went ahead and said that there is not enough of data on the accidents, that if you are a holder of a light motor vehicle, that you can cause, and you need a specialized license for heavier vehicles. That is something that has not been done, and unless there is a legislative input, the Supreme Court has upheld and said that today a light motor vehicle for those, and that is really lakhs of bus drivers as well as light motor vehicle transport vehicles which are being used, they will now be eligible. This was a case with an insurance company which has now the Supreme Court has finally given justice on this very important aspect, and hopefully it will help sort out a whole host of insurance issues, but I'm not sure about road safety.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So that ruling coming from the Supreme Court on commercial drivers. Well, moving on to news coming from Delhi, and another incident of firing has taken place. This was firing at a shop in Paschim Bihar in Delhi, and there you can see the results of that firing at the shop, and 7 to 8 rounds we're told are fired. Just take a look at the kind of crowded place it is, one can imagine, and the firing was done according to the police as an attempt to extort. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Mukesh for more on this story. Mukesh, अब तक हमको क्या मालूम है इस फायरिंग के बारे में?
देखिए, ये फायरिंग कुछ देर पहले हुई है। ये पश्चिम बिहार में राज मंदिर एक हाइपर मार्केट है, जहां पर बाइक पर सवार होकर 3 लोग आए थे और उन 3 लोगों ने उस दुकान के बाहर फायरिंग की है। हालांकि गोली किसी को लगी नहीं है, लेकिन जो दुकान के बाहर शीशे लगे थे वो सारे शीशे टूट गए हैं। सोर्सेस के मुताबिक एक एक गैंगस्टर है कपिल सांगवान नाम का, जो कि इस समय अमेरिका में है। वो काफी दिन से जो दुकान के मालिक हैं उनको धमकी दे रहा था कि वो पैसे मांग रहा था एक्सटॉर्शन के लिए, और जब पैसे नहीं मिले तो उसने दुकान के बाहर फायरिंग करवाई है, ऐसी जानकारी मिली है। तो दिल्ली पुलिस मौके पर पहुंची है और जो वहां पर सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगे हैं उनको देखा जा रहा है कि कौन कौन लोग फायरिंग के लिए आए थे, उनको आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक एक्सटॉर्शन के लिए ये फायरिंग करवाई गई है और इसके पीछे लॉरेंस का अलाइंस गैंग जो है, जिसमें कपिल सांगवान उर्फ नंदू है, उसके लोगों ने ये फायरिंग की है। जी।
All right, Mukesh, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So an incident of firing there taking place in Delhi, the police investigating the entire matter. Now, concerning news emerging from Rajasthan and one of the most well-known tiger reserves, Ranthambore, where it said 25 of the 75 tigers have gone missing over the last year. This according to an internal report by the Wildlife Department. These tigers have not been tracked for 1 year and have not been visible in any of the camera traps either. And this sent alarm bells ringing in the Rajasthan government. The focus is on finding 14 tigers that have not been seen since between May 17th and September 30th of this year, and comes close on the heels of another incident that took place over the weekend where a tiger was found dead in a village on the periphery. Wildlife officials suspect it was killed by village people after it had mauled a shepherd to death. Now, a 3-member committee has been formed to investigate these disappearances. Here's a report.
"25 tigers could be missing from the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve in Rajasthan, a park that boasts a population of over 75 tigers. But since the past 1 year, a report dated 14th October 2024 says 11 tigers have not been tracked or sighted, and 14 tigers are also reported missing in the past few months. That's a total of 25 tigers missing. The Chief Wildlife Warden of Rajasthan has now constituted a committee to investigate the matter.
अब हमने इसके लिए एक कमेटी कल मैंने गठित की है, और वो कमेटी जो है वो 3 लोगों की कमेटी है। इनके जो टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस जो दिए गए हैं वो बड़े क्लियर दिए गए हैं कि भाई एक तो पहले आप ये देखें, सारे रिकॉर्ड की छानबीन करें, पहले तो आप सारी मॉनिटरिंग रिपोर्ट्स देखें। दूसरा ये है कि अगर कोई किसी की लापरवाही या वो सामने आती है तो आप उस पर जो है वो कार्रवाई भी करें, कार्रवाई के प्रस्ताव जो है वो आप हमको भिजवाएं। तीसरा ये है कि अगर कुछ सुझाव कमेटी अपना देना चाहती है तो वो सुझाव भी वो हमें दे सकती है।
The missing tigers come close on the heels of another incident in Ranthambore over the weekend, where a 10-year-old male tiger was found stoned to death in a village on the periphery of the national park.
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में इनके शरीर में 2 तरह के चोटें दिखाई दिया, कुछ इसका पैरों में और इसका अंडर पार्ट्स में, और बाकी इसके ऊपर की तरफ, मुंह की तरफ कुछ शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट से वार किया हुआ जैसा बोन से, जिसमें बोन्स, स्कल का बोन सारे फ्रैक्चर्ड है और रिब्स फ्रैक्चर्ड है, हिप बोन में भी।
The post-mortem of the killed tiger has also not ruled out the use of explosives for the crime, leading to worries that tigers in the national park are vulnerable to attacks by human beings and possibly even poaching. With Sushant Parikh in Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
All right, to talk more about this alarming news, we're now joined by Dr. Dharmendra Khandal, conservation biologist at Tiger Watch and someone who works extensively in this area. Dr. Khandal, if you can tell us what could the reasons be for the disappearances of these tigers, or the fact that they've not been seen for such a long time, and 25 of 75 tigers missing is a really alarming number.
Yes, it is alarming, but today, after constituting this committee, they declared that 10 or 11 tigers they found already. In 24 hours, they declared that they found 11 tigers in Ranthambore, and many of the tigers are already old tigers. Some of the tigers are, like, at this time, they could be 22 years old. So saying that 25 tigers are missing is actually is a confusing kind of orders, and I think it is because of the tussle between the officials.
All right, so that's very interesting. You're saying it's some sort of, politics at play there, because you have the chief wildlife warden, actually coming out and talking about these missing tigers. Recently, you also had that very concerning incident in which a tiger was, allegedly killed by locals after a local man had been killed. So that, combined with this, had raised cause for alarm. But you're saying already, after this committee has been set up, that some of those tigers have been traced?
Yeah, they are saying 11 tigers or 10 tigers they found. And after the monsoon season, this is the prolonged monsoon this year. So after this monsoon season, they started camera trapping and they found many tigers. So this is, I think, this is the hastily taken step by the chief wildlife warden and suggested some internal politics and things. Otherwise, I think the situation is not that grim in the Ranthambore.
Right, so that's very, good to know, and one does hope that it's not a case of, because immediately alarm bells were ringing, that is it poaching, we do know that territorial fights as well, and we also know that tigers disperse, so, there are all these various factors that could have come into play.
There are some tigers like T114 poisoned, T57 poisoned by the villagers. There are several such incidents happen in the last couple of years. In 2-3 years happened many such incidents, and the cattle compensation program is facing lots of problem. But this is not the kind of situation that 25 tigers missing in last 1 year. This is totally, I think, is hastily taken step by the chief wildlife warden or the forest department. Now they are themselves, I think, regretting this order.
Because Ranthambore remains, one of the best-known parks in the world, and so it always gets a lot of attention, a lot of, sensationalism also around all the developments that happen there. Thank you so much, Dr. Dharmendra Khandal, for joining us and, giving us that reassuring account. One indeed hopes things become clearer in time to come. Well, with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks so much for watching. News updates continue on NDTV.
We know that living with diabetes can make daily life a challenge, and we're here to help.
I felt very low with the diagnosis and very lonely as well, and embarrassed.
I think people don't necessarily realise the impact that being diabetic can have on you, and the amount of extra decisions you have to make a day through carb counting every single thing you eat.
If you're struggling with the everyday challenges diabetes can bring, become a Diabetes UK member today. Receive this informative welcome pack and Balance magazine.
Balance magazine has been very good in giving me tips to manage my diabetes on a day-to-day basis.
One of the things I was recommended to do was exercise. What motivated me was my love of dance, and I got that back.
Join a community that really understands. Call 0800 035 7605 or go online to become a member for just £3 a month.
It's been a difficult year for our family. We're finally going through my Tom's things. I want to make him proud, and that starts by making sure our son is protected.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK.
That's great.
UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000. Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
That money could help with debts or my funeral costs. I'll do it.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team on 0800 158 552 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal. every step of the way.
At Tesco Mobile, that Black Friday feeling lasts longer. Get our 60 gig SIM for just £13 a month with club card prices, saving you £48. And what's more, that price is frozen for your whole contract. Plus, you'll get an extra £20 worth of club card points for even more value, turning Black Friday into Black Friday. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Hello and a very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. In this edition, we'll be talking about the US presidential election at the top. That continues to be our top focus, of course. And, Donald Trump has been officially elected as the 47th US president. How his presidency is going to impact the India-US relationship, what it means for India, all that we will talk about in this edition. Let's take a look at the headlines at the top first.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Donald Trump wins 2024 presidential race. Trump's Democrat Kamala Harris, marking a remarkable political comeback, says this is the golden age of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi joined other leaders to congratulate his friend Donald Trump on winning the presidential election, says he is looking forward to renewing our collaboration. US and global market surge as traders cheer Donald Trump's win. Bitcoin too reached a new high, nearly $6,000 higher. And well, let's now take a look at some more news making headlines today. Mysuru Lokayukta police questions Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda case. The Lokayukta police are investigating the Chief Minister's role in the allotment of 14 Muda housing sites to his wife in 2021. An FIR has been filed against Mithun Chakrabarti. FIR has been filed over his provocative speech during the BJP membership drive. A third of Ranthambore tigers are missing. Rajasthan government has set up a probe committee to investigate the disappearance of 25 tigers in the last 1 year. We have some big breaking news now coming in. We are learning in the Baba Siddiqui murder case, one person now has been apprehended. We'll try and get more details about this. My colleague Radhika is joining us on the broadcast here. She is getting us more on that. Mumbai Crime Branch has confirmed that another accused has been arrested from Pune. Radhika, share more details with us. What more is known about this man who's been arrested?
That's right. A 23-year-old man has been arrested. His name is Gaurav Apune. That makes the total number of arrests in this case to 16. He's been arrested from Pune is the information that we're getting. In fact, his involvement in this entire case has been established, is what police have told us. The investigation revealing that he had full knowledge of the intended target and was involved in the conspiracy of the attack. He was, in fact, promised of a substantial consideration from the absconding accused. In fact, the absconding accused also provided him with weapon handling training, is the information that we're getting. Remember, there is a third shooter who is at the moment absconding. Of course, two of them have been arrested, and besides that, several others who provided logistical support, financial support, and other materials to the shooters have also been apprehended from several parts of Maharashtra as well as outside of Maharashtra. Multiple teams have been formed to nab the accused. So fresh arrests taking place in this case, and now the total number of arrests in connection to Baba Siddiqui murder case is now 16.
Okay, and you're telling us there is one more person that the police is on the lookout for?
That's right. There are, a couple of absconding accused as far as this case is concerned, but the most important one of the absconding accused is that shooter who in fact fled from the spot at that time. So that third shooter is still absconding. He has still not been nabbed by the crime branch. But besides that, of course, the two shooters were arrested from the spot on the day of the incident, and then several of the conspirators. And besides that, many people who were in touch with the shooters and who had alleged involvement with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang members have also been arrested from multiple other places. So yes, 16 arrests so far, and this man, 23-year-old, who's been arrested from Pune, was actively involved in the conspiracy, is what the police have said.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we're tracking and get you more in just a bit. Well, now shifting our focus to the big U.S. presidential election. It's an unprecedented win for Donald Trump. Trump has secured the majority mark needed to win the U.S. presidency. He's even crossed the majority mark. Donald Trump today thanked his supporters and described his win as a magnificent victory for the American people. He said it's the golden age of America and that America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. Well, Donald Trump, while describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all times, has said that he is going to help the country heal, fix our borders, and we are going to fix everything about our country. This was his messaging in the victory speech that he made a while back. Well, remember, Donald Trump had also referred to the July 13th assassination attempt on him and said that God had spared his life for a reason. Well, Republicans have also now won the control of the U.S. Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. The Senate shift, bolstered by high-profile wins in West Virginia and Ohio, represents the first major victory of the election for Republicans. Well, it gives the GOP a major power center in Washington and a lead role in confirming the next president's cabinet. Well, we do understand world leaders also have now congratulated Donald Trump. A lot of wishes pouring in for Donald Trump. Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated Donald Trump on his comeback as president, saying that Trump is his friend. In a post on X, Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote, "Heartiest congratulations, my friend Donald Trump, on your historic election victory. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership." He has also gone on to say that together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability, and prosperity. Well, other than Prime Minister Modi, Israeli PM Netanyahu, UK PM Keir Starmer, China have all sent their wishes to Trump. Well, a lot of reactions also coming in on Trump's victory. Let's first listen in to Donald Trump's victory speech that he made a while ago.
Make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. The Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. Together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we have also reactions coming in from diplomats and experts. Let's listen into former Ambassador of India to US, Meera Shankar, as well as Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, and more reactions coming in.
I think, you know, the broad strategic relationship will continue to grow because both India and the US have a convergence of interests in the Indo-Pacific, particularly with regard to creating a sustainable balance vis-a-vis China. And the US, whether it is Trump or Biden, I think this is one issue on which there's consensus between the Democrats and the Republicans that they see China as their main strategic challenger, a country with both the capability and the intention to challenge US leadership. So the relationship with India becomes important in that context, and that is going to broadly guide the relationship.
In democracy, both in India and United States, elections are a very important event. So this was also an exercise of democracy, and it appears from the figures that are coming in. I don't want to jump the gun and declare it is for the electoral authorities to declare in the United States. But US political system is more focused on what is the electoral college. It is pretty fair to come to a judgment that as of now, the situation looks very, very favorable to President Trump's coming back.
डोनाल्ड ट्रंप अमेरिका के नए राष्ट्रपति होंगे। शशि थरूर, क्या मायने हैं भारत के लिए?
मेरे ख्याल में हम तो उनकी अच्छी तरह जानते हैं, 4 साल तो राष्ट्रपति रह चुका है, तो ज़्यादा सरप्राइज नहीं होना चाहिए। आपको पता है कि किस किस्म की राजनीति वो करते हैं। वो एक ट्रांजैक्शनल नेता है, वो कहेंगे कि आप हमारे लिए क्या करने वाले हैं, उसके अनुसार मैं आपके लिए कुछ करूँ, उस किस्म की बातचीत हो सकते हैं उनके साथ। वो ट्रेड के बारे में काफ़ी टफ है, कह रहा है कि अगर भारत टैरिफ्स लगाएंगे, हम जो एक्सपोर्ट करें भारत को, अगर वहाँ आप टैरिफ्स लगाएंगे, कस्टम्स ड्यूटी टैक्स वगैरह, तो हम भी आपकी चीज़ों पे लगाएंगे। ये तो अच्छी बात नहीं है हमारे कंपनीज के लिए जो अभी अमेरिका को एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तकलीफ हो सकते हैं। इमिग्रेशन में कुछ कठिनाई आ सकते हैं क्योंकि वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग लाइन है इमिग्रेशन के बारे में। अगर हमारे लोग उस देश में गए वीज़ास के लिए, अगर वीज़ास कम हो गए तो उसके बाद फैमिली रियूनियन करने के लिए उनके परिवार को ले आना चाहते हैं, शायद उसमें कुछ कठिनाई आ सके। अदर हैंड आप ये भी देख सकेंगे कि चाइना के खिलाफ वो बहुत मजबूत, वो चाइना को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं करते हैं। और हमारी जो दिक्कतें हैं चाइना के साथ, इनमें तो अमेरिका का ये टफ लाइन लेना हमारे तो हर इंटरेस्ट में ही है। तो सब कुछ ये सब बैलेंस करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन ये भी आप जानते हैं कि ये तो खुला आदमी है, सब कुछ बताते हैं, कुछ साल से हम उन्हें जानते हैं, इसमें तो कुछ छुपी बात नहीं है। मैंने ख्याल में मुझे लगा है कि हम ये सब इस जानकारी के साथ आगे जाना है।
Well, at about 8 o'clock this evening, from all the data which was coming in, exit polls that were coming in, and the counts from various different counties that was coming in, it looked like to me that instead of people predicting that it's going to be 2 days, 3 days, 1 week or 2 weeks, that is going to be over tonight. And I predicted that seems to me between 1 and 2 o'clock, more like 1:30, he will be declared, President Trump will be declared as the 47th president. And that's what happened.
Well, it is a very significant win for Donald Trump. He's the first US president to win non-consecutive terms in over a century, and many firsts to his credit, of course. What kind of impact his presidency is going to have on the Indo-US relationship? What kind of bearing it's going to have on our, lot of policies, of course, that is something all eyes are going to be on of Donald Trump. That is something, is going to be watched out, of course. We'll talk about that as well. Meanwhile, Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar has today said that the United States is likely to become more isolationist regardless of who becomes its next president. This was a statement even when the voting was going on. Jaishankar said that the election was unlikely to reverse what he called a long-term trend in US policy. He said, and I quote, probably starting from President Barack Obama, the US has been
This is Amy's first Christmas on the streets. She thought it couldn't be worse here than the abuse she suffered at home. But now she's cold, hungry, and desperate to find somewhere safe to stay. No young person should be forced to spend Christmas like this. What does it take to get Amy off the streets this Christmas? It starts with the Salvation Army and a Christmas gift from you. Will you call 0800 083 6633 and give £19? Your gift means we can give young homeless people a warm welcome out of the cold. Christmas food and cheer, and a helping hand to find somewhere safe to live. So this Christmas, will you help us give Amy a fresh start off the streets? Call the Salvation Army on 0800 083 6633 to give £19 now. Thank you.
Hi, it's Phoebe from Auto Trader's monthly electric car giveaway, and we're pleased to say that you've won a brand new electric car.
It's a dream, honestly, it really is a dream. Oh my god. Me and my boyfriend talk about the Auto Trader competition every single month. I was waiting for the "No, you haven't won."
Dreams come true, come to the other side.
Join me and the Style Squad. Shop now exclusively at Freeman's.
At Hidden Hearing, we know hearing is essential for allowing you to keep being you. That's why, for a limited time, get up to £2,000 for your old or broken hearing aids when you trade them in for our top-of-the-range ones. Hidden Hearing are one of the UK's largest hearing care specialists with nationwide coverage. Visit hiddenhearing.co.uk to book your free hearing test and get up to £2,000 towards your new hearing aids now. Hidden Hearing. Your hearing is our expertise.
Deal or no deal's exciting, so your ready meal is piping. Win up to £1,000 for free every day, only at Tombola. Open for fun.
Ever wondered if there's a better way to explore Europe? Or whether you'll ever grow tired of waking up to views like this? Ever wondered what inspired history's most revered artists? Or which new local delicacy you might choose on board each evening? With a superior drinks package included on all our luxury European river cruises, ever wondered what you'll raise a glass to first? Wonder no more. Book today with Riviera Travel and stay forever curious.
I urgently need to ask for your help on behalf of animals at risk right now. With the pandemic came a surge in pet ownership. And sadly, we're now seeing a serious rise in neglect, cruelty and abuse. Our services are being stretched to the limit. To make matters worse, our costs are soaring too. But we refuse to let animals suffer. So please, act now to help rescue the growing number of animals who've never needed us more. Please call or text the number on screen now to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. In one of the toughest times we have ever experienced, your gift will make all the difference to animals. You could help provide more life-saving treatment, food, shelter, and the loving care that many have never known. We know there are millions of you who, like us, care deeply and won't stand by while animals are suffering. We have to reach those trapped in a life of abuse and neglect before it's too late. Because for many, the RSPCA is their only hope. But we can only come to the rescue with the support of people like you. So please, will you help us be there no matter what? Call 0800 121 4265 or text RESCUE to 81400 to start your monthly gift today. Thank you.
Transform hard chairs and surfaces into comfy seats with Soft Sitter from JML, the lightweight and portable gel cushion that helps provide all-day comfort and support no matter where you sit. Its clever hexagonal honeycomb construction cushions, distributes and supports your weight, and its breathable design allows air to circulate, helping to keep you cool. Perfect for all types of seats, or as a kneeling pad. Get the comfort and support you need with Soft Sitter. Only $14.99 from Asda, Boots, Dunelm, Tesco and jmldirect.com.
You know, the toughest part of the whole grief, I'll never forget, is when Nan turned to me one time. And she goes, John, I don't know what's happening to me.
Those weeks that he came in, with the 3 weeks that I could be his little girl again, nothing I can do will repay Marie Curie for doing that for. The amazing gift that they gave me was I was there at his last breath. He was there for my first.
In the calls, they just listen. She just said, John, just speak.
Although people don't like to talk about it, but we're getting older, it has to be done.
You start to think about, well, what would I do? Where would I want to leave things? I will give everything back that I can to the hospice that gave me so much, not only in my name, but in Dad's name.
Who do I give my assets to?
I didn't realise you had a choice.
Give better end-of-life care to all. Get your free will guide today.
At that program, Mithun Chakraborty, he was felicitated, like I said, for the Dada Saheb Phalke Award, and he made certain comments that are provocative in nature, speaking about, throwing bodies into the Bhagirathi, all of that. That, of course, was reported across several, platforms, and those comments have led to now this FIR. However, the BJP says that Mithun Chakraborty should be, honored or, congratulated by the West Bengal government. They've not done that for the Dada Saheb Phalke Award, and they're going after him. That's what the BJP's statement is. However, these comments from Mithun Chakraborty at that time were quite shocking. In fact, the fact that he went on to talk about all of those things, including cutting off and throwing, into the Bhagirathi, is something that did lead to a lot of people raising a lot of eyebrows, given the fact that, this was someone who's a respected actor, who's also in politics now, and this is something that was, many said, was unexpected. And the Trinamool had hit out at him at that time, saying that Mithun Chakraborty made the comments because, he's with the BJP. But obviously, this was a political issue even last week, when it was made. And now, of course, this FIR has been lodged. This program had taken place in EZCC in the Salt Lake area of Kolkata, which comes under the Bidhannagar Police Commissionerate. And also what we know is that, this case has been lodged at the Bidhannagar South Police Station.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking now. This is from Telangana. The Telangana government has begun a caste survey as a precursor to a national caste census that the Congress has said that they would undertake once they are voted to power. Well, the state government had constituted a dedicated BC commission to help in the BC caste census following the orders of the High Court. And my colleague Uma Sudhir also is now joining us on the broadcast here. She has also spoken to Senior Telangana Minister D. Sridhar Babu as well. We'll be playing out that chat in just a bit. Well, we do understand, Uma, the much anticipated caste survey of the Telangana government now has started. What more details do we have, and what has the minister informed?
So there are about 83,000 people, enumerators or teams that will be going out. They've started the exercise today of putting the stickers on the houses and telling them the dates on which they will be coming, because it is quite a bit of elaborate data that they're collecting. About 50 questions is what they will have to be answering. People will have to set aside time and make the time, and therefore appeal has gone out to people saying that they must cooperate with the enumerators and allow this data collection to happen. So 150 houses is what each of these teams or enumerators will be covering. Primary schools have actually been given a half day off because those teachers are being used, but secondary and high school teachers are not being used for this exercise so that the academic calendar does not suffer. Of course, there is a political agenda behind this, but from what I've heard from people who have been speaking to, they speak about the concerns that they have with this kind of data collection. There was a comprehensive household survey that was conducted by the BRS government as well. Of course, the data at that time was not made public. The Congress had demanded that it be made public, that it was not done. It was a one-day exercise, but a massive exercise when everything else was put aside and the focus was on just collecting the data. Now the concerns of the people is that if they want to be collecting not just the educational status, their caste status, their political positions, if they have any, what kind of jobs they do, and their properties as well. The apprehension is that, one, will any of that be used to deny them the benefits that they may be enjoying? And two, whether if they do not reveal their properties or their assets in full, will that be also used against them, telling them that you have only declared these and therefore the rest may be in contention. So many doubts among the people, all that also will have to be counseled. I spoke earlier today to D. Sridhar Babu, senior Telangana Congress minister, who was in fact the chairperson of the manifesto committee before the assembly elections in Telangana, and he explained how this caste survey is going to be a kind of a political instrument that they will be using for better governance, and like Rahul Gandhi yesterday said, that it is an X-ray to be used to find out what kind of caste discrimination is happening, and therefore to correct the wrongs. Another important point that he had made is that they want a national caste survey done as part of the census that has been announced already, and those are aspects that will come up in the political sphere as well, much more. So let's listen in to what Sridhar Babu had to say about the caste survey, its political motive, and also about the move to say that they will remove the 50% caste quota cap on reservation. Telangana has begun a caste-based census today, and the exercise is something that your leader has said will create an X-ray for determining the caste determination in the country. You're using the census as a political instrument.
You know, how do we define politics and political instruments? Our political instruments are there as a media to convey what we want to do. Right? And we take it in a political sense, whatever people may think. But ultimately we see how our citizen can be benefited with our thinking, with our actions, with our policy objectives. So this is what we aim for. And our leader Rahul Gandhi is very categorical. Over the past few years, he's been telling everybody, including our Congress cadre from the below, that we have to go in for the caste census, because whatever which has happened over the past 60 to 70 years, it should not get repeated. And that's the real reason he says that. When he spoke about X-ray, he spoke of an X-ray when somebody gets injured, to know where the injury is and to apply to which part of your body that medicine has to go, or what sort of surgery is required. When you do the X-ray, only things will come out. In the same way, he wants to do the X-ray of the society, of the citizenry, as we do what we do in the census.
He also spoke about removing the 50% cap on reservation that we have had. The Supreme Court has said we should not exceed that. Is that something that you believe is practical, and is it something in the is it a progressive step?
No. Whatever we do, we are always guided, monitored, and also been mandated by our people. The supreme institution of the Parliament has all the legitimacy to frame laws, to go beyond 50%. If the Parliament make laws, the judiciary won't intervene. If Parliament has the jurisdiction, now it's the 50%. Now, Supreme Court always says that you can't go beyond 50%. That we are all aware of it. That's the real reason our leader Rahul Gandhi has specifically said that after we come back to power at the national level, we will be going beyond that.
All right, that was an exclusive conversation we've had with Telangana Minister on the Telangana caste census that kicked off today. We'll be keeping an eye on the developments here, on the story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, some more news and a massive relief for actor Nivin Pauly. The police team probing a sexual assault complaint has given him a clean chit. However, the investigation against the other accused continues. Nivin Pauly dropped from the list of accused by the SIT, and based on the investigation into the allegation, it has been determined that Pauly was not present at the location on the exact time or date of the incident. We have my colleague Ishika getting us more on that.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, this comes as a big relief for the Malayalam actor Nivin Pauly. Now, in fact, he has got a clean chit from the SIT that was investigating this entire matter. Remember that in fact a complaint was filed where he was named as the 6th accused in in the sexual assault case, and the complainant in the case in fact had also leveled rape charges. Now in fact the SIT in fact has dropped him from the list of the accused, and this has been submitted in the magistrate court by the police. So certainly it comes as a big relief. Now he has been dropped from the list, but remember that he was the 6th accused in the case. That means the police is going to go forward with the investigation as far as the other accused in this case are concerned. Over to you.
All right, we have more news that we're tracking now. This is from Karnataka. The Lokayukta police today questioned Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda case. Well, the questioning had taken place in Mysuru, and it was the first time Siddaramaiah was questioned in the case. Those are visuals also that came in after Siddaramaiah was seen entering the office here. Well, the case, we do understand, involves discrepancies in land allotments, and it has been alleged that Karnataka Chief Minister's wife was allotted higher priced land. Besides Siddaramaiah and his wife, his brother-in-law and others also have been named in the FIR. Well, as the Chief Minister was being questioned in the Lokayukta office today, BJP workers were seen protesting outside, calling for his resignation. Listen in to what Siddaramaiah said after the Lokayukta inquiry, and we have reactions coming in from Mr. Yedurappa as well as KS Ishurappa.
ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅವರೇ ಇದೊಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ದೊಂಬರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಾನು ಸಾಚ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಶೋಭೆ ತರೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಸೇರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಸತ್ಯಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಹೊರಬರಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಬಯಲಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದರೆ CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ತೆರೆದ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಂದು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬದಲು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೇನು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
कर्नाटक का इस इतिहास में कोई मुख्यमंत्री लोकायुक्त के पास जाकर वो रिप्लाई नहीं दिया था. ये कांग्रेस मुख्यमंत्री सिद्धरामैया ने वो मुड़ा केस में वो लोकायुक्त का नोटिस के ऊपर उधर जाकर क्या क्या क्वेश्चन पूछा है उनको रिप्लाई दिया है. ये कर्नाटक का इतिहास में एक कराल दिन है. मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, आप रेसिग्नेशन दे दो. आपके इंक्वायरी के बाद आप अगर क्लीन चिट मिला तो आप अगेन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनो.
All right, we'll get you more on that as developments take place. Meanwhile, the Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy and his son Nikhil Kumaraswamy approached the Karnataka High Court seeking quashing of the FIR registered against them by the Bengaluru police after allegations were made that they had threatened a senior IPS officer. Now, in the petition, Kumaraswamy and the others have claimed that the complaint made against them, as well as Kumaraswamy's son, by IPS officer and Lokayukta SIT chief M. Chandrasekhar, was malified and politically motivated. Well, on that note, it's time to take a short break. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I've got a few rounds left to go. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one, and you're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call.
Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period and no annoying trips to the doctors either. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 380 0060 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma. But so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years' experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
Constraints do not hinder any young individual for pursuing higher education of high quality. Well, the Prime Minister Vidya Lakshmi scheme, which is a key initiative stemming from the National Education Policy 2020, aims to provide financial assistance to meritorious students in both public and private higher education institutions. Under the scheme, students admitted to quality higher education institutions can avail collateral-free and guarantor-free loans from banks and financial institutions to cover their tuition fee and other course-related expenses. Well, let's listen in to what Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav had to say, and we have more details coming in by my colleague Himanshu on this.
आज एक नई स्कीम अप्रूव हुई है, फुल्ली सेंट्रल स्कीम है, प्रधानमंत्री विद्या लक्ष्मी स्कीम. प्रधानमंत्री विद्या लक्ष्मी स्कीम. This scheme basically empowers the youth and middle class. कोई भी छात्र, कोई भी स्टूडेंट जिसको अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी में, अच्छे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन में एडमिशन मिला हो, वो वंचित न रहे जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ फाइनेंशियल कंस्ट्रेंट्स. ये इसका उद्देश्य है.
In an important decision, the Union Cabinet has approved a new scheme called the PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme, a special scheme which is designed to help meritorious students access educational loans on much easier terms. The Union Cabinet note says that under this scheme, all those meritorious students whose family's income is up to 8 lakh rupees will be provided 3% interest subvention on educational loans up to 10 lakhs. And this will be, of course, guarantor free and collateral free. The Union Cabinet note also says that this scheme will be especially applicable in those 860 quality higher educational institutions in which a meritorious student will get admission. At the moment, many students who are meritorious often have to struggle very hard to access educational loans on easier terms. But this scheme, of course, is expected to help them, assist them, get admission and access loans on much easier terms. The Union Cabinet note says that there are around 22 lakh students who are expected to be covered under this new scheme every year. And this is in addition to the full interest subvention already offered to students who come from families who have annual income up to 4.5 lakh rupees. In Delhi with camera person Rakesh Mahale, Himanshu Shekhar for NDTV.
All right, shifting back our focus to the US presidential election. Well, it's been an unprecedented win for Donald Trump in the US presidential election. Trump secured the majority mark, even crossed the majority mark, securing about 280 votes needed to win the US presidency. Donald Trump today thanked his supporters and described his win as a magnificent victory for the American people. He said it's the golden age of America and that America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. Well, Donald Trump also described his Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, and while delivering his victory speech, he said, we are going to heal our country, we are going to fix our borders, we are going to fix everything about our country. Well, Donald Trump also, while speaking to his supporters a while back, had referred to the July 13th assassination attempt on him and said that God had spared him for a reason. Now we do understand Republicans have also won the control of the US Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. While the Senate shift, bolstered by high-profile wins in West Virginia and Ohio, represent the first major victory of the election for Republicans. Well, we do understand now world leaders also have been sending their wishes, congratulations to Donald Trump on his victory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today congratulated Donald Trump on his comeback as president. He called Donald Trump as his friend, and in a post on X, Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote, "Heartiest congratulations, my friend Donald Trump, on your historic election victory. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability, and prosperity." Now, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, UK PM Keir Starmer, China have all sent their wishes to Donald Trump, congratulating him on this magnificent victory. Let's listen in to what Donald Trump said a while back.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
All right, so it's a very significant win for Donald Trump. He is now officially elected the 47th US president. What it is going to mean for India-US relationship and what impact is it going to have on India? That, of course, is something that remains to be seen. Well, a lot is being speculated at the moment, but Well, yes, we'll keep an eye as developments take place and we'll get you more. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. 25 of the 75 tigers in Ranthambore National Park have gone missing over the last year as per an internal report by the Wildlife Department. Now, these tigers have not been tracked for 1 year and are not visible in the camera trap, either sending alarm bells ringing in the Rajasthan government. Well, the focus now is on finding the 14 tigers that have not been seen since between May 17th and September 30th of this year. This comes close on the heels on an incident over the weekend where a tiger was found dead in a village on the periphery of the tiger reserve. Well, the tiger wildlife officials suspect that he was killed by the people in the village after it mauled a shepherd to death. Well, as per more information coming in, the Wildlife Department has also formed a 3-member committee to investigate the disappearances.
"25 tigers could be missing from the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve in Rajasthan, a park that boasts a population of over 75 tigers. But since the past 1 year, a report dated 14th October 2024 says 11 tigers have not been tracked or sighted, and 14 tigers are also reported missing in the past few months. That's a total of 25 tigers missing. The Chief Wildlife Warden of Rajasthan has now constituted a committee to investigate the matter.
अब हमने इसके लिए एक कमेटी कल मैंने गठित की है और वो कमेटी जो है वो 3 लोगों की कमेटी है। इनके जो टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस जो दिए गए हैं वो बड़े क्लियर दिए गए हैं कि भाई एक तो पहले आप ये देखें, सारे रिकॉर्ड की छानबीन करें, पहले तो आप सारी मॉनिटरिंग रिपोर्ट्स देखें। दूसरा ये है कि अगर कोई किसी की लापरवाही या वो सामने आती है तो आप उस पर जो है वो कार्रवाई भी करें, कार्रवाई के प्रस्ताव जो है वो आप हमको भिजवाएं। तीसरा ये है कि अगर कुछ सुझाव कमेटी अपना देना चाहती है तो वो सुझाव भी वो हमें दे सकती है।
The missing tigers come close on the heels of another incident in Ranthambore over the weekend, where a 10-year-old male tiger was found stoned to death in a village on the periphery of the national park.
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में इनके शरीर में 2 तरह के चोटें दिखाई दिया, कुछ इसका पैरों में और इसका अंडर पार्ट्स में, और बाकी इसके ऊपर की तरफ मुंह की तरफ कुछ शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट से वार किया हुआ जैसा बोन्स है, जिसमें बोन्स स्कल का बोन्स सारे फ्रैक्चर्ड है और रिब्स फ्रैक्चर्ड है, हिप बोन में भी।
The postmortem of the killed tiger has also not ruled out the use of explosives for the crime, leading to worries that tigers in the national park are vulnerable to attacks by human beings and possibly even poaching. With Sushant Parikh in Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And finally, Trump celebrates with a dance after his unprecedented win. Trump has secured the majority mark needed to win the US presidency.
I kept calling her, but she didn't pick up just because it was 2 a.m.
I get it, bro. Not every travel company delivers on their promise of 24/7 customer support.
Get true 24/7 customer support everywhere you go with Brightsun. Brightsun Travel, making travel brighter.
We all know animals have feelings. They depend on kindness, just like you and me. So imagine how they feel when they're beaten, starved, and unloved. Every minute, the RSPCA is called on to save animals in physical agony and mental torment. It's unbearable to see the pain in their eyes. We refuse to give up on them. But to rescue them from a life of fear, we urgently need animal lovers like you to donate today. Please call 0800 121 4259 or text KIND to 84902 to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. Your gift will help fund more life-saving rescues, more emergency treatment, and more gentle rehabilitation. Every month, you'll be helping to keep animals free from pain and sadness, so they can find the comfort and joy they deserve. Right now, across the country, thousands are suffering deliberate harm. But together, we can show animals what kindness feels like. Together, we can rescue them. So please, call 0800 121 4259, text KIND to 84902, or visit our website to start your monthly donation today. Thank you.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £120 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
If you're homeless, you're never safe.
This Christmas, too many young people, like Kira, will be at risk, right here on our streets. But you could help a young person find safety and begin a new future by sponsoring a room at Centrepoint.
It's more than a room. You get real support and training to help you get your life back on track.
This Christmas, please search Centrepoint Room online today or call 0808 281 8003 and be the turning point for a young person like Kira. Thank you.
Trump firmly now on his way to the White House. We'll get you more details. Before that, let's very quickly take a look at other headlines we're tracking at this moment. Karnataka Lokayukta police questions Chief Minister Siddharamaiah in the Muda scam case. FIR filed against actor and BJP leader Mithun Chakrabarti, FIR over provocative speech during the BJP membership drive. A third of Ranthambore tigers missing. Rajasthan government sets up a probe committee to investigate the disappearance of 25 tigers in just last 1 year. It's an unprecedented victory for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has secured majority mark needed to win the United States presidency. Donald Trump today thanked his supporters and described his victory as a magnificent victory for the American people. He said, "It's the golden age of America, and America has given an unprecedented and powerful mandate to the Republicans." Describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, Donald Trump said, "We are going to help our country heal, fix our borders, and we are going to fix everything about our country."
Help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
I think, the broad strategic relationship will continue to grow because both India and the US have a convergence of interests in the Indo-Pacific, particularly with regard to creating a sustainable balance vis-a-vis China. And the US, whether it is Trump or Biden, I think this is one issue on which there's consensus between the Democrats and the Republicans that they see China as their main strategic challenger, a country with both the capability and the intention to challenge US leadership. So the relationship with India becomes important in that context, and that is going to broadly guide the relationship.
In democracy, both in India and United States, elections are a very important event. So this was also an exercise of democracy, and it appears from the figures that are coming in. I don't want to jump the gun and declare it is for the electoral authorities to declare in the United States. But U.S. Political system is more focused on what is the electoral college. It is pretty fair to come to a judgment that as of now, the situation looks very, very favorable to President Trump's coming back.
डोनाल्ड ट्रंप अमेरिका के नए राष्ट्रपति होंगे। शशि थरूर, क्या मायने हैं भारत के लिए? मेरे ख्याल में हम तो उनकी अच्छी तरह जानते हैं, 4 साल तो राष्ट्रपति रह चुका है, तो ज़्यादा सरप्राइज नहीं होना चाहिए। आपको पता है कि किस किस्म की राजनीति वो करते हैं। वो एक ट्रांजैक्शनल नेता है, वो कहेंगे कि आप हमारे लिए क्या करने वाले हैं, उसके अनुसार मैं आपके लिए कुछ करूँ। उस किस्म की बातचीत हो सकते हैं उनके साथ। वो ट्रेड के बारे में काफ़ी टफ है, कह रहा है कि अगर भारत टैरिफ्स लगाएंगे, हम जो एक्सपोर्ट करें भारत को, अगर वहाँ आप टैरिफ्स लगाएंगे, कस्टम्स ड्यूटी टैक्स वगैरह, तो हम भी आपकी चीज़ों पे लगाएं। ये तो अच्छी बात नहीं है हमारे कंपनीज के लिए जो अभी अमेरिका को एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तकलीफ हो सकते हैं। इमिग्रेशन में कुछ कठिनाइयाँ आ सकते हैं क्योंकि वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग लाइन है इमिग्रेशन के बारे में। और अगर हमारे लोग उस देश में गए वीज़ास के लिए, अगर वीज़ास कम हो गए तो उसके बाद फैमिली रियूनियन करने के लिए उनके परिवार को ले आना चाहते हैं, शायद उसमें कुछ कठिनाई आ सकें। द अदर हैंड आप ये भी देख सकेंगे कि चाइना के खिलाफ वो बहुत नज़दीक, वो चाइना को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं करते हैं। और हमारी जो दिक्कतें हैं चाइना के साथ, इनमें तो अमेरिका का ये टफ लाइन लेना हमारे तो हर इंटरेस्ट में ही है। तो सब कुछ ये सब बैलेंस करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन ये भी आप जानते हैं कि ये तो खुला आदमी है, सब कुछ बताते हैं, कुछ साल से हम उन्हें जानते हैं, इसमें तो कुछ छुपी बात नहीं है। मैंने ख्याल में मुझे लगा है कि हम ये सब इस जानकारी के साथ आगे जाना है।
Well, at about 8 o'clock this evening, from all the data which was coming in, exit polls that were coming in, and the counts from various different counties that was coming in, it looked like to me that instead of people predicting that it's going to be 2 days, 3 days, 1 week or 2 weeks, that is going to be over tonight. And I predicted that seems to me between 1 and 2 o'clock, more like 1:30, he will be declared, President Trump will be declared as the 47th president. And that's what happened.
Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar, in fact, has said today that the United States is more likely to become more isolationist regardless of who becomes its next president. Speaking at an event in Canberra, Australia, As Americans were still casting vote, Jaishankar said the election was unlikely to reverse what he called long-term trend in US policy. Probably starting from President Barack Obama, the United States has become much more cautious about its global commitments.
Be more articulate and expressive in that regard. But the reality is, after all, it was President Biden who, for example, withdrew from Afghanistan. It was President Obama who said that, he would be very cautious about committing American troops to any future conflict. We are truly analyzing them. I think we have to prepare for a world where actually, the kind of, I would say, dominance and generosity which the US had in the early days may not continue to be the norm.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight.
At Tesco Mobile, that Black Friday feeling lasts longer. Get the epic Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra with unlimited data for just $49.99 a month with Club Card prices. That's a huge Black Friday saving of £738. And what's more, that price is frozen for your whole contract. Plus, you'll also get Club Card points for even more value, turning Black Friday into Black Friday. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
We know that living with diabetes can make daily life a challenge, and we're here to help.
I felt very low with the diagnosis and very lonely as well, and embarrassed.
I think people don't necessarily realise the impact that being diabetic can have on you, and the amount of extra decisions you have to make a day through carb counting every single thing you eat.
If you're struggling with the everyday challenges diabetes can bring, become a Diabetes UK member today. Receive this informative welcome pack and Balance magazine.
Balance magazine has been very good in giving me tips to manage my diabetes on a day-to-day basis.
One of the things I was recommended to do was exercise. What motivated me was my love of dance, and I got that back.
Join a community that really understands. Call 0800 035 7605 or go online to become a member for just £3 a month.
With Post Office Over 50s life cover, enjoy peace of mind knowing your family will receive a guaranteed payout when you're gone. UK resident 50 to 80, your guaranteed acceptance. No health checks and from just £1.15 a week. Plus free 24/7 GP access with the health and wellbeing benefit. Purchase and receive a £125 gift card for amazon.co.uk, Tesco or M&S. Call Post Office on 0800 171 2211.
Start earning cashback today. Sign up to Quidco. Get cashback every time you shop on over 5,000 brands. It always pays to Quidco.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
I'm starting to notice a trend in your stories and the way you talk about yourself. You expect to disappoint people, and then when you do a good job, like at work today, you don't let yourself enjoy it or accept any praise. You've come so far, maybe it's time to start giving yourself some of the credit.
From interesting tech startups to industry-leading companies, politics, sports, culture, curry, cricket. Oh, there's so much to talk about. Like me, if you too thrive on interesting conversations, this is a show you cannot miss. Watch this space to know more about all matters and all people that make Britain what it is today. Out of Britain, with me, Radhika Iyer.
Has made some big seizures in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Rupees 280 crores have been seized in Maharashtra and 158 crores in Jharkhand. These are 3 times more than the 2019 and rising by the hour as the election, the voting for both these states is yet to take place. Agencies under election commissions have seized so far 558 crore rupees. All right, let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us with more details. Sunil, you know, often we keep hearing about these seizures, but what happens after that? You know, what action is taken? That is something that most of the time is beyond the headlines.
That's right, but actually that money goes into the exchequer. It's kept in the thing, and unless explained, it's extremely difficult. This deals with liquor and various other amount of money which they have seized. And as you pointed out, and as the Election Commission has said in its press note, it's 3 times since 2019. And mind you, we are only at the 6th of November. There's still time for polling, and it's in 2 phases in Maharashtra. I mean, 1 phase in Maharashtra and 2 phases in Jharkhand. So you can just imagine the amount of money that is being spent for an important state election. Clearly shows that all candidates understand that they have to continue to woo, you know, the voter, hopefully through fair means and not unfair means. But definitely the Election Commission is being extremely tough and an indicator of sorts that while the economy is improving, also the election expenditure is increasing.
That is taken against the people, those who are caught with this money, or the candidates who supposedly this money is being used for?
So you'll have to give an explanation. There is a standard format and procedure in terms of election laws, as well as how they go about the entire process. If it is linked to a candidate, then they'll have to account for it, show where it is being done, has it been accounted for, and where it has been withdrawn from, and what's the reason for why that money is taken, and can it be clubbed with the expenditure of the candidate? Because as you're well aware, there is a certain amount of limit. It's 90 lakhs for an election, and definitely these are points that have to be taken into account. And if you don't adhere to that, then it's definitely seen as an unfair mean and using money power to woo the voters.
Sunil, stay on with me. There is some important news coming in at this moment. The top court has dismissed the re-NEET review petition. The Supreme Court had rejected the demand for a re-examination in the NEET examination. And now the review petition, which sought re-NEET, in fact, has also been quashed by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says that there is no need for re-NEET examination and has rejected the plea. Sunil, you know, this matter went on for many weeks, where a lot of nuances were discussed in the court. Review petition has been filed. What are the reasons given by the Supreme Court?
So this is on expected lines. As you rightly pointed out, the whole of the month of June, as well as July, and we saw student after student, people, you know, parents, teachers, you know, coaching institutes and others had moved the Supreme Court. The court heard this matter in an open court, in fact, live telecast to hear, and so that, you know, students could understand what the court was determining. And after that entire process, it ruled very clearly that they didn't want to cancel the exam because of the fact that they felt it would, you know, completely upset the exam schedule. and the fact that, it was only in a certain section areas, where they were able to find out where the paper was leaked. And of course, there was a time limit, and whatever it was, the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, determined that a review petition has been put, and as expected, it has rejected and has made it clear that there's no question of redoing the NEET. So if for those who are hoping for some kind of relief from the Supreme Court again, that's not happening. They'll have to redo the test for next year whenever it is done, hopefully in a more revamped and correct process, something that the committee has already given its recommendation, but definitely a huge amount of uproar at that time and created a lot of students being upset with the manner in which the government was handling the entire affair after papers had been leaked, and it became clear that it was not extremely unfair means were used for becoming a doctor.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. Sunil Prabhu reporting on this story coming in from the Supreme Court. Moving on now, the Bidanagar police station on Wednesday, in fact, launched an FIR against actor turned BJP leader Mithun Chakraborty for allegedly delivering a provocative speech during a party program in North 24 Pargana district last month. According to the information, the complaint against Chakraborty pertains to a speech he made during a BJP program at an event in Salt Lake area on October 27th, based on which the police has registered an FIR. Union Home Minister Amit Shah was also present at this program, which was organized to kick off West Bengal leg of BJP's membership drive.
This speech came during Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Kolkata, and of course Mithun Chakraborty at that time was felicitated at that program. This was a program to launch the BJP's membership drive, and at that program Mithun Chakraborty, he was felicitated, like I said, for the Dada Saheb Phalke Award, and he made certain comments that are provocative in nature, speaking about, throwing bodies into the Bhagirathi, all of that. That, of course, was reported across several, platforms, and those comments have led to now this FIR. However, the BJP says that Mithun Chakraborty should be, honored or, congratulated by the West Bengal government. They've not done that for the Dada Saheb Phalke Award, and they're going after him. That's what the BJP's statement is. However, these comments from Mithun Chakraborty at that time were quite shocking. In fact, the fact that he went on to talk about all of those things, including cutting off and throwing, into the Bhagirathi, is something that did lead to a lot of people raising a lot of eyebrows, given the fact that, this was someone who's a respected actor, who's also in politics now, and this is something that was, many said was unexpected. And the Trinamool had hit out at him at that time, saying that Mithun Chakraborty made the comments because, he's with the BJP. But obviously this was a political issue even last week, when it was made. And now, of course, this FIR has been lodged. This program had taken place in EZCC in the Salt Lake area of Kolkata.
It's that time again as citizens put their doors in the drawer for People's Postcode Lottery's biggest ever prize pot.
In the December draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £32.5 million.
Whether you own or rent, absolutely any door can enter. Sign up before midnight on the 1st of December.
A share of £32.5 million could be yours, but only if your door is in the draw.
We're finally going through my Tom's things. I want to make him proud. Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
This is an important message for people living with diabetes, from people living with diabetes.
When I was experiencing the symptoms of diabetes, I didn't know what was going on.
You go on the internet and it's full of horror stories. You don't know where to begin and you don't know what to believe.
I didn't understand about carbs, I didn't understand about blood glucose levels.
I was scared and I was worried.
I didn't understand diabetes full stop.
That's why the support I get as a Diabetes UK member is so important.
You can become a Diabetes UK member too. To join us now, just call 0800 144 5406 and become a member today for just £3 a month. When you do, you'll receive a practical guide specific to your type of diabetes and a copy of Balance magazine 4 times a year. Balance is filled with news and inspiring real-life stories from members just like you. And you'll receive regular emails and vital updates that will help you feel informed and supported. Plus, you'll help support research that could lead to better treatments for all types of diabetes.
Membership makes life better because you're not alone anymore.
Call 0800 144 5406 or go online to become a Diabetes UK member for just £3 a month, because membership can help you learn to live better with diabetes.
And nobody, in fact, objected to this call of violence that becomes, from any political party, that becomes sort of unacceptable in any civilized world, whether it is from TMC or any member of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Thank you so much for joining me at this moment. Some breaking news coming in at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Chairman of the Adani Group, Gautam Adani, has congratulated Donald Trump, the US President, on his victory. Mr. Adani has put a post on X and has said, if there is one person on earth who stands as an embodiment of unbreakable tenacity, unshakable grit, relentless determination and courage to stay true to his beliefs, it is Donald Trump. Fascinating to see America's democracy empower its people and uphold the nation's founding principle. Congratulations to the 47th POTUS-elect. Meanwhile, the Telangana government has begun a caste survey as a precursor to the national caste census that the Congress has said they would undertake if they are voted to power. On Monday, the state government constituted a dedicated BC commission, Backward Communities Commission, to help the backward caste in this caste census following the orders of the High Court.
Telangana has begun a caste-based census today, and the exercise is something that your leader has said will create an X-ray for determining the caste determination in the country. You're using the census as a political instrument.
You know, how do we define politics and political instruments? Our political instruments are there as a media to convey what we want to do. Right? And we take it in a political, political sense, whatever people may think. But ultimately, we see how our citizen can be benefited with our thinking, with our actions, with our policy objectives. So this is what we aim for. And our leader, Rahul Gandhi, is very categorical. Over the past few years, he's been telling everybody, including our Congress cadre from the below, that we have to go in for the caste census, because whatever which has happened over the past 60 to 70 years, it should not get repeated. And that's the real reason he says that. When he spoke about X-ray, he spoke of an X-ray when somebody gets injured, to know where the injury is and to apply to which part of your body that medicine has to go, or what sort of surgery is required. When you do the X-ray, only things will come out. In the same way, he wants to do the X-ray of the society, of the citizenry, as we do what we do in the census.
He also spoke about removing the 50% cap on reservation that we have had. The Supreme Court has said we should not exceed that. Is that something that you believe is practical, and is it something in the is it a progressive step?
No. Whatever we do, we are always guided, monitored and also been mandated by our people. The supreme institution of the Parliament has all the legitimacy to frame laws. To go beyond 50%, if the Parliament make laws, the judiciary won't intervene. If Parliament has the jurisdiction, now it's to the 50%. Now, Supreme Court always says that you can't go beyond 50%. That we are all aware of it. That's the real reason our leader Rahul Gandhi has specifically said that after we come back to power at the national level, we will be going beyond that.
Going across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Uma, the question then would be, of course, like you were also trying to ask that minister, is it just an exercise, a political exercise? Does it have any meaning? When will this survey be revealed? And, you know, like Bihar, is the Congress party going to take it forward into some policy decision as well?
The predecessor to the Congress government, the BRS, in its TRS avatar, had in fact carried out a comprehensive household survey as well, and they had done a massive exercise on a single day, but that report was also never made public, Ankit. Incidentally, in this particular case, the minister, when I specifically asked him, he said, no, we intend very much to make it public, that by November 10, we are expecting that we will get all the data, and then it will be passed through a lot of legal processes, after which by November 30, we should be ready with the report. About 83,000 enumerators have been sent out in the field. They have been trained for it, and we are being told that they will be asking 50 questions to each household, and each enumerator team will be handling about 150 households. And people, in fact, who have been speaking to are a little apprehensive, because there's a multi-page, very, very comprehensive, asking for a lot of information. So there is a little worry about revealing all that you have property. So will that be used as a criteria to deny you benefits, or will, if you do not reveal, will you face punitive action? All those are doubts in the minds of people. Deputy Chief Minister Batti Vikramarka has in fact clarified, saying that all the information that people will share with the enumerators will be kept confidential, that it will not be made public as well. So all these are doubts, but Rahul Gandhi saying that the 50% cap is an artificial barrier which they would remove, and also saying that Telangana's caste survey will be a kind of a role model for the rest of the country, and he believes that this is something that needs to be done, because he says discrimination in India is very unique, and perhaps the worst form is this caste discrimination, and therefore they are going to use it to define what governance should be in the future, and to ensure who gets the benefits of what schemes. All of that, they say, will be determined by this caste census data that they will be collecting. And the second important point, of course, they are saying that the national census also should include this caste aspect as part of the national census itself. And he was asking the question about how many SCs are there in the corporate world, for instance, how many OBCs are there in the judiciary, and asking how many Adivasis are anchors in top media channels as well. So these are questions that Mr. Rahul Gandhi believes will be answered through this kind of a caste survey.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Uma Sudhir reporting on this story from Telangana. Meanwhile, the Lokayukta police has questioned the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda case today. The questioning took place in Mysuru and was the first time Mr. Siddaramaiah was questioned in this case. Now, the case involves discrepancies in land allotments. Some beneficiaries allegedly got more compensation. Karnataka Chief Minister's wife allegedly was allotted higher priced land. Beside Mr. Siddaramaiah and his wife, his brother-in-law and others have also been named in the FIR. As Chief Minister was being questioned in the Lokayukta office, BJP workers were upping the political ante by, in fact, protesting and asking for Chief Minister's resignation.
ಅವರೇ ಇದೊಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ದೊಂಬರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಾನು ಸಾಚ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಶೋಭೆ ತರೋದಲ್ಲ. ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಸೇರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಸಹ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇದನ್ನು CBIಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ವಾಸ್ತವಿಕ ಸತ್ಯಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಹೊರಬರಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಬಯಲಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದರೆ CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ತೆರೆದ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಂದು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬದಲು CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೇನು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
कर्नाटक का इतिहास में कोई मुख्यमंत्री लोकायुक्त के पास जाकर वो रिप्लाई नहीं दिया था. ये कांग्रेस मुख्यमंत्री सिद्धरामैया ने वो मुड़ा केस में वो लोकायुक्त का नोटिस के ऊपर उधर जाकर क्या क्या क्वेश्चन पूछा है उनको रिप्लाई दिया है. ये कर्नाटक का इतिहास में एक कराल दिन है. ये मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, आप रेसिग्नेशन दे दो. आपके इंक्वायरी के बाद आप अगर क्लीन चिट मिला तो आप अगेन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनो.
Meanwhile, Junior Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy, his son Nikhil Kumaraswamy and their aide Suresh Babu have approached the Karnataka High Court seeking quashing of the FIR registered against them by the Bengaluru police following allegations they had threatened an IPS officer. In their petition, Kumaraswamy and the others have claimed the complaint made against them by the IPS officer and the Lokayukta Special Investigation Team Chief M. Chandrasekhar was malafide and politically motivated. All right, we're slipping into a very short break, but before that, a reminder for our viewers, it's been a big election, an unprecedented victory for Donald Trump, a dramatic campaign leading to this day. And NDTV has been getting you the ringside view of all the developments. Stay tuned to our special programming between 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight on NDTV.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight.
At Tesco Mobile, that Black Friday feeling lasts longer. Get the epic Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra with unlimited data for just $49.99 a month with Club Card prices. That's a huge Black Friday saving of £738. And what's more, that price is frozen for your whole contract. Plus, you'll also get Club Card points for even more value, turning Black Friday into Black Friday. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma. But so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 021 3925 and giving £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 021 3925, text C7 to 82727, or go online and give just £2 a month now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Life in your 50s doesn't slow down, and if you're like me, you've done enough waiting. That's why I'm with Cover Today, the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers, who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card. Don't wait around to look after your loved ones. Get Cover Today.
To find out more, call our friendly UK team or visit covertoday.co.uk.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
It said that not all privately owned properties qualify as community resources that the state can take over for the common good. The 9-judge Constitution bench, which was led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, delivered the judgment on a vexed issue 7-2 majority. 3 judgments were authored. The Chief Justice wrote one of them, and he wrote that for himself and his 6 colleagues. Justice B.V. Nagaratna wrote a concurrent but separate judgment, and then it was Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia who dissented it. What are the economic implications of that judgment? We are being joined by Dr. Shamika Ravi, member of Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister of India. Dr. Ravi, really appreciate your time. Do you think this verdict of the Supreme Court is now in many ways crystallization of economic liberalization of India? When individual rights come ahead, take priority of the state?
So, Maria, long-term economic growth is really an outcome of right of individuals to private property, and having an independent judiciary which can protect the right of individuals' property from being expropriated by other individuals as well as by the state. I think it's very important to understand that the laws have to be such that private property expropriation is not only protected against other individuals, but by the state as well, because the state is your most powerful entity and a very important part of the economy. Now, since the late 70s, it became very clear to us by early 90s that the policies of nationalization and heavy bureaucracy and this whole license permit Raj, it denied generations, right? I mean, it denied hundreds of millions of Indians from prosperity, and subsequent growth that we have had since 91 has been on account of the fact that private property is encouraged. And I think the latest ruling that came out yesterday is a very welcome step. In some ways, it reverses significantly the laws enacted and the broader climate under which Indian economy has been functioning till now, which is denying individuals complete individual rights to private property. So it's a very welcome step.
Okay, so then Dr. Ravi, would you then say that there have been some reasonable checks on nationalization post this verdict?
Well, it basically tells you now there are checks on the state from, taking over properties, which is what nationalization was, by the way, right? And after that, we saw what the outcome was. But you need now, I mean, there is enough evidence to see that the recent growth we have had is on the back of course, facilitating government policies, but fundamentally private enterprise. It's Indians and their hard work which is leading to creation of these wonderful growth across the country, which we are enjoying, on account of which hundreds of millions of people have come out of poverty and so on and so forth. But the basic law still existed, the one of the late 70s, which basically did give the state extraordinary powers to expropriate and take over private property. So yesterday's ruling is very welcome, because now the state is prevented, in a very major way from having rights over private property and basically taking over private property. So those checks basically mean that efforts of excessive nationalization is checked. By the way, it is not just the state, right? You also have to think of what policies are, how people think. If you remember, in the midst of COVID, when a very large number of economists had also floated the idea that we should just, the state should take over jewelry and land and, property, whatever it sees fit to overcome the COVID crisis. And many of us actually wrote vehemently against it, because, of course, the law is what allows the state to function, but the general sense and the general philosophy which drives people and society, I think had become excessively shackled after the late 70s under Mrs. Gandhi.
But ma'am, I'm looking at the dissenting judgment now. Justice Dhulia, in his dissent, had actually said that excluding privately held property from the purview of Article 39B disregards the practical reality that certain private resources might indeed benefit the public if it is distributed equitably. So do you think that argument of what directive principles mean is also being revisited in many ways, and some form of public welfareism as well?
Yes, absolutely. And more recently, if you realize over the last couple of years, the kind of dangerous rhetoric you are hearing, even within electoral politics, jitni abadi utna haq, we will do a survey of private property. By the way, private property is, hardworking people earning and creating assets and wealth. I don't think the state should have absolute right to take over. So I think this is really, this judgment goes back to the original thinking that we had, which protected individuals' fundamental, rights. And of course, right to property was not a fundamental right. But in many ways, post 70s, the state had been empowered excessively to expropriate whatever, whenever it saw fit, right? It deemed fit. And we have seen, by the way, that getting used, not just during the nationalization phase of banks, etc., but very large segments of the economy. More recently, whether it is a retrospective tax, whether it is the coal allocations, when the courts themselves basically annulled 18 years of reality that existed in the energy sector. I think yesterday's ruling puts a certain check on that, which is a very welcome check, right? Because it sort of shifts the needle back to the original thinking, which is that individual private property must be protected. And of course, when there are extraordinary conditions and situations, the state has the power to basically use and take over resources, but those are now thankfully restricted even by the law. So I think it's a very welcome step, and this is going to embolden the basic private property, the way individual rights have to be empowered for long-term economic growth and development of a nation like ours.
My last question to you, Dr. Shamika Ravi, in this particular case, you had the government of West Bengal, which is of course an opposition ruled state, supporting the arguments which was made by the government of India and the Maharashtra government. Would you then say that this judgment has charted a middle path that resonates with India's economic growth ambitions, that you have to respect individual property rights as much as social welfareism?
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. And I'm glad that states in opposition are also finally rising over short-term politics and thinking about what is good for the country, for the society, for individuals at the end of the day. So I do believe yesterday's ruling is a correction. It's a much needed and long-awaited correction. So opposition parties joining in only reinforces that. I think, this is almost like a commonly held belief, which for long was suppressed. And, even if you look at private investments over the last, let's say, a decade and a half, in reinstating these kind of rights and individual rights over property is a booster. It boosts the confidence that if you work hard and you make wealth, then the state, the laws are going to protect you from other individuals expropriating, or even the state, right? So you need that kind of a protection. There is a fundamental nature in which our growth, our recent growth in our society has moved. And this law is really doing a catch-up game to what is the reality of Indian economy today, which is leading to very fast growth and very, very rapid improvement in our development indicators across the country.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and breaking down this verdict for us and its long-term implications, ma'am. Shifting focus to the big victory of Donald Trump in the US, Chairman of the Adani Group, Gautam Adani, has put out a tweet congratulating Donald Trump. And I'm going to read that tweet, in which he says, "If there is one person on earth who stands as the embodiment of unbreakable tenacity, unshakable grit, relentless determination, and the courage to stay true to his beliefs, it is Donald Trump. Fascinating to see America's democracy empower its people and uphold the nation's founding principles. Congratulations to the 47th POTUS elect, that is real Donald Trump." And from 8 p.m. onwards, there will be a special broadcast on NDTV. We'll be looking at multiple facets of this phenomenal victory of the US president. What went right, and how did the pollsters get it horribly wrong, and what does it mean for the United States and the world, and of course, the two raging wars.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight.
Quidco gives you cashback every time you shop on over 5,000 brands. It always pays to Quidco. Sign up and start saving today. Search quidco.com.
Transform hard chairs and surfaces into comfy seats with Soft Sitter from JML. The lightweight and portable gel cushion that helps provide all-day comfort and support no matter where you sit. Its clever hexagonal honeycomb construction cushions, distributes and supports your weight. And its breathable design allows air to circulate, helping to keep you cool. Perfect for all types of seats or as a kneeling pad. Get the comfort and support you need with Soft Sitter. Only $14.99 from Asda, Boots, Robert Dyers, Tesco and jmldirect.com.
We all know animals have feelings. They depend on kindness, just like you and me. So imagine how they feel when they're beaten, starved, and unloved. Every minute, the RSPCA is called on to save animals in physical agony and mental torment. It's unbearable to see the pain in their eyes. We refuse to give up on them, but to rescue them from a life of fear, we urgently need animal lovers like you to donate today. Please call 0800 121 4259 or text KIND to 84902 to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. Your gift will help fund more life-saving rescues, more emergency treatment, and more gentle rehabilitation. Every month, you'll be helping to keep animals free from pain and sadness, so they can find the comfort and joy they deserve. Right now, across the country, thousands are suffering deliberate harm But together, we can show animals what kindness feels like. Together, we can rescue them. So please, call 0800 121 4259, text KIND to 84902, or visit our website to start your monthly donation today. Thank you.
At Glasses Direct, get 2 pairs of glasses for £15 with lenses. Go direct to glassesdirect.co.uk.
Hi, it's Phoebe from Auto Trader's monthly electric car giveaway, and we're pleased to say that you've won a brand new electric car.
It's a dream, honestly, it really is a dream. Oh my God. Me and my boyfriend talk about the Auto Trader competition every single month. I was waiting for the know you haven't won.
Deal or no deal's exciting, so your ready meal is piping. Win up to £1,000 for free every day, only at Tombola. Open for fun.
Join me and the Style Squad. Shop now exclusively at Freeman's.
All ready? Yes. I was just checking my over 50s plan.
Over 50s plan, what's that for?
Well, it's for you. I pay in a bit each month, and when I die, you get a guaranteed cash payout. Could pay for my funeral and a bit more besides. And the welcome gift card will come in handy for someone's birthday.
Help protect your family with the UK's most popular plan and get a free welcome gift card. Call 0800 50 55 50 or search Sun Life Plan today.
When you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing. Get the flexibility you need with VeryPay. Pay now, pay later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. We'll even send you helpful payment reminders. Shop the online store for fashion, home and more. VeryPay. Ways to pay that work your way.
Hey, Sainsbury's, how can we make this Christmas a bit more fizz-whizzy?
We can give you a hand.
Ah, a scrumptiddlyumptious salmon terrine, a roasted carrot galette, and a gloriumptious golden forest dessert.
Want to go big this Christmas? Ask Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Modi congratulates the US President-elect and his quote-unquote friend Donald Trump, says he's looking forward to renewing collaboration and says let's work together for betterment of our people. India and the global markets surge after the results in the United States. The Sensex is up over 900 points. In Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah makes his first appearance before the Mysuru Lokayukta probing the Muda case, even as the BJP continues its protests against him. What next in that Muda controversy? Well, first up this evening, before we get to that big international story that everyone's focusing on, the top Karnataka story of the hour, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah appeared before the Mysuru Lokayukta and was questioned on the Muda land allotment controversy for the first time. Remember, his wife was questioned a few days ago, and even as the Chief Minister made a political statement with the way he arrived at the Lokayukta office, the BJP organized protest, like it has been for a while now, against him in Mysuru. The political exchange over the controversy is only getting sharper as the state heads into by-elections for 3 prestigious assembly constituencies. Pratibha Raman reports from Mysuru.
Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah making a political statement, reaching the Mysuru Lokayukta office without a security and official convoy for being questioned for the first time in the Muda controversy. 12 days after his wife Parvati was questioned, Siddaramaiah was quizzed for 2.5 hours before he resumed his campaign for the upcoming by-election in 3 rural Karnataka constituencies.
ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
During the interrogation, as per CRPC provisions, the questioning was video recorded. 6 officers are involved in the investigation. 3 officers conducted the CM's interrogation. The Chief Minister requested to be interrogated like a regular citizen with no preferential treatment. Around 10 to 15 witnesses, apart from the 4 accused in the FIR, have been questioned. The deadline for submitting the final report is December 24th. Before being taken into preventive custody by the police, the BJP staged a Go Back Siddaramaiah protest in this city, considered the CM's backyard.
ನೀವು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಬಯಲಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದರೆ CBIಗೆ ವಹಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ತೆರೆದ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಂದು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಿದ್ದರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಬದಲು CBI ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತನೇನು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
The questioning of Siddaramaiah by Mysuru Lokayukta officials is enough fodder for the BJP. Whether this investigation will bear consequences on both the impending by-elections as well as Siddaramaiah's political career is something that needs to be closely watched. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Mysuru for NDTV.
Pratibha Raman now joins us live from Mysuru. She'll be tracking the twists and turns at the Channapatna Assembly constituencies and filing a report on that, which is going in for by-elections. But Pratibha, in terms of the political fallout, do you expect the BJP to continue its offensive against Siddaramaiah in the campaign for those by-elections in places like Channapatna? Or what's the sense you're picking up that, look, they will wait for how the case progresses both at the Lokayukta and the petition that's been moved in the High Court?
Well, to answer your question in one word, no. The BJP will definitely rake up the Muda allegation as well as the entire controversy around it for the election and thereafter. Remember, they have been going hammer and tongs with protests after protests for the last 2 months ever since the allegations surfaced. And it's not just the Muda but also the Waqf controversy that has been playing out with respect to this allegation. And talking about Channapatna in particular, yes, Mr. Kumarasamy as well as Nikhil Kumarasamy, who are the key contenders to the Congress's candidate CP Yogeshwar here, have been talking about both the Waqf controversy as well as the Muda allegations here. In fact, even in Mysuru, while Mr. Siddaramaiah stepped into the Lokayukta office, BJP members did conduct a protest there with Go Back Siddaramaiah placards that were held in their hands. And this was also one way of expressing the fact that the BJP, right since day one, has been demanding 2 things. One is Siddaramaiah's resignation and 2 is a demand for a CBI probe, and they haven't been relenting on that. The entire matter is now lying at the Karnataka High Court because the same Muda complainant, Snehamai Krishna, has now gone to the Karnataka High Court talking about how this probe needs to be handed over to the CBI, and the matter has been adjourned to November 26th. That will also be a date when we will know the details of this particular Lokayukta investigation and the progress thereafter. Back to you.
Siddaramaiah, of course, making a strong political statement there, Pratibha, on the way he entered the Lokayukta office this morning, of course, remaining defiant against all the odds.
In his personal vehicle there and devoid of all the security as well as the regular convoy. And what we hear from sources within the Lokayukta is the fact that Siddaramaiah during the interrogation mentioned that do not treat me like the Chief Minister but treat me like any other person that you would be interrogating. And that has been one of the statements that has been highlighted. And to agree with that and to also display that is why Chief Minister Siddaramaiah did come in his personal vehicle there. But soon after the 2.5-hour interrogation that took place. What we also hear is that Siddaramaiah was videographed according to the CRPC section, and he was also giving away the answers for the questions that he knew the answers for, and for the remaining questions that he had no answer for, he did really quietly refuse to answer those. These are some of the things that we are picking up from the Lokayukta sources there. But after the 2.5-hour interrogation, he continued with his campaign at Channapatna. In fact, I am here at one of those places where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is addressing the crowd here, along with CP Yogeshwar as well as DK Suresh. It's almost a battle between DK brothers as well as HD Kumarasamy here, and it is definitely going to be a key reputation of sorts for the Congress government here as far as these three important by-election constituencies.
Right, thanks very much there. Thanks very much there, Pratibha Raman reporting from Channapatna constituency. We'll get a report, ground report on that constituency as well. It's a prestige battle, as she mentions there. But now shifting focus. Donald Trump's decisive victory in the United States as he makes a dramatic comeback as the 47th president. While he got past the 270 votes needed in the Electoral College comfortably, he also took with him the popular vote and got over 51% of the votes polled. He was quick to declare victory and thanked the American voters and declared a golden age for his country. Republicans have also won control of the US Senate, boosting the presidential victory and the president-elect's power. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was one of the first international leaders who congratulated President Trump, and in a post on X, he said, and I quote, "Heartiest congratulations to my friend at Real Donald Trump on your historic election victory. As you build on your successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive global strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability, and prosperity." Several global leaders have also congratulated the president-elect. Chairman of the Adani Group, Gautam Adani, also in a rare and emphatic tweet says, "If there is one person on earth who stands as the embodiment of unbreakable tenacity, unshakable grit, relentless determination and courage to stay true to his beliefs, it is Donald Trump. Fascinating to see America's democracy empower its people and uphold the nation's founding principles." Congratulations to the 47th POTUS-elect at Real Donald Trump. Let's listen in to the man who will be at the helm in Washington, D.C.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
President Trump may be more articulate and expressive in that regard, but the reality is, after all, it was President Biden who, for example, withdrew from Afghanistan. It was President Obama who said that, he would be very cautious about committing American troops to any future conflict.
What does Trump's win mean for India and to India's startup tech ecosystem, remember, which is heavily connected to the United States, both in terms of businesses and people ties and also psychologically? Joining me, some fine Bengalurian startup voices who, if I can say, dare say in jest, follow the US elections and the Bay Area closer than the realities of Baitra and Pura in Bengaluru, where many of them live. Well, we hope to be joined in a bit by Madan Padaki of Thai Bengaluru, but Shrikant Iyer, CEO of Home Lane, and Geeta Ramanan, CEO and co-founder of Design Cafe, join us here on the show for the moment. Shrikant Iyer, most of you have lived several years in the United States, perhaps relate very closely to that country there. What does this really mean, both from a business point of view as well as to the startup psyche and ecosystem here in Bengaluru and perhaps in rest of India?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show, Veera. Always glad to be here. By the way, I've never lived in the US, only visited it, thankfully. So I've kind of saved myself. But to answer your question, I think it's going to be a mixed bag for Indians and startups in particular. As you probably know, the markets are already on the upswing and they have reacted very positively to Trump winning. So that's a big positive. I also see a lot of positives on the manufacturing side in case Trump acts a little more decisively against China and, kind of tries to clip its wings as far as manufacturing is concerned. We may benefit out of that in a few sectors, clearly. Chemicals is one, defense definitely, and maybe a few like that. The other one that I've been seeing, which is maybe not so much noticed, is in the last few hours, the cryptocurrencies have gone through the roof. That's again because Trump has been very strongly supporting that, and I think he may definitely act in favor of that. Yeah, there are some negatives, but yeah, for example, he's definitely going to be take a protectionist stance. He has no choice because that's been his main election agenda, which is to keep American borders safe, so to speak. So he is going to be very conservative on that.
Right.
And that is going to probably affect H-1B denial rates, maybe go up. Maybe unfortunate, but I think that's probably one implication. So yeah, those were some of the implications that came to my mind.
Right, that's very important point that you're making there. Madan Padaki, I believe, is with us right now, who is part of TiE Bengaluru, which is a global network of for the startup community. In fact, working towards having a huge conference here in Bengaluru as well. Madan, I believe we've lost the connection to Madan. We'll try and get back to Madan in a bit. But Geeta, is there a sense of disappointment that the US lost its chance to have its first Madam President from the way you see it? And from the entire ecosystem point of view, what are your thoughts? Geeta, you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself, Geeta.
Got it. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me here. To be honest, I don't think a lot of us were convinced that the people in the US were ready to have their first woman premier. There are so many more aspects at play, right? So more of a reality check from that point of view. But I think one of the pieces that with Trump coming back from a startup ecosystem, Trump is very vocal about being business first, about being very pro-business, right? And we are really, at least the sentiment around a lot of founders, a lot of entrepreneurs is around if that will actually unlock a lot of the regulatory work a lot of the regulatory framework that has actually kind of got choked up a bit, whether it actually reflects all the way into the startup winter that we've been having, the funding winter, is something that we'll have to see. But typically, his pro-business stance, we're all looking forward to seeing if that eases up from the VC economy, the ecosystem, all the way through trickling down to the tech ecosystem here in India, as a reflection of what happens at the Silicon Valley is one thing that I think we all have something to look forward to. Shrikant was just mentioning about Trump's also China +1 strategy, right? Which with the America First piece and to reduce the reliance on China, at least from a short term, there are several founders I know who are looking forward to the kind of opportunities that should come their way, especially in the manufacturing sector. A lot more also in the chemical sector, but it's not an area of my own expertise, but it is definitely something we've been having a lot of conversations about. One other contrarian.
So all
thought
kinds
was
of
also
conversations going on in the startup section. What you're saying, important points that you guys are raising in terms of sectors as well. We'll have deeper debates, but largely to understand the psyche, Madan, I believe we can get through to you as well. How much of an impact does it actually make? How much of a difference does it actually make? What are perhaps areas of concerns and areas where there's optimism based on the results that we've seen today?
Thank you, Veera. Glad to be here. See, my sense is that, well, there are pros and cons. I believe that India is too large to be ignored, and everybody has to join the party here. The entrepreneurship party, the surge that we are seeing in entrepreneurship that's happening here in this part of the world it cannot be ignored by any administration. When I was in the US a couple of months ago, meeting with a variety of our Thai chapters across, the interest that US has in India is only increasing. There's so much of conversations happening around on the Indo-US corridor. I think I would say any administration will only ignore this energy at its own peril. My sense is that with Trump, who's been pro-business, to Shrikant's point as well, I think we will see an upsurge in activity. In fact, in 30 days from now, we are hosting the Thai Global Summit. And the amount of interest that we've got from chapters and entrepreneurs and investors from the US to come into Bangalore to interact with our entrepreneurs to understand what's happening here has been quite palpable. And I'm continue to be super excited about the possibilities along this corridor.
Right. When you say that, Madan, because Shrikant at the outset, sort of flagged the potential protectionist worries as well. Given the global economic situation, and first to you, Shrikant, given the global economic situation, what would be the key markers that you would look at in terms of policy from the US? Some things that, from India, from the startup ecosystem in India for venture capitalists who are potentially looking at investments from the US, what would be the key markers that they would be looking at in the next, let's say, coming weeks?
So I think that the inflow into India is going to be less restricted, frankly. I am actually, the only thing I'm worried about is Trump's policy towards people coming into the US and working there. So that protectionist policy is something that he's very openly stated, and knowing and having seen Trump over the last term, he has no choice but to follow up. I would even go to say that has been his main election agenda this time. So he has no way of backing off from that. And knowing him, he will not back off also. So I think that is the big worry. After all, IT and IT services are a big part of our export revenue that we get from the US. And if things were to roll back in terms of H-1Bs and some of the other visa categories where denials are going to go up, then that can affect revenues to some extent. So that's my biggest worry.
So that's
frankly.
a key area.
Everything else is okay. That's the key area according to me.
That's a key area that you're looking at. Just to lighten the conversation a bit, Madan, when I started, I said perhaps the resonance and connection with Bay Area is much more than Baitrayanpura for the Bengalurian startup thing. Is that still a reality, or is the US election just an academic pursuit for those here? First to you and then to Geeta. Very quickly, has that psyche changed? Is that an old stereotype that we think of, or is it real?
No, I think it is changing, Veera. Of course, there's a huge amount of engagement still happening with the Bay Area and Bangalore. But I would think that, especially with what I call as democratization of entrepreneurship and technology happening in Bangalore and in India, I think we are seeing a lot more startups that are trying to solve more of the local problems and building products from here that can take any shape and form in the global south as an overarching direction that I'm seeing. So while US will continue to play and the Bay Area Bangalore corridor will continue to play a significant role. I see that we are not going to be over dependent on that, but we're going to see a lot of strengthening of the entrepreneurial ecosystem here, rather than just be dependent only on the US.
Okay. From Batra and Pura to Bay Area. Geeta, your last, give you the final word on this. What's something that you would look at very closely now in the next coming weeks?
Right. So I think actually it's not just an academic interest, right? A lot of larger trends in the US do play out here and are reflected very closely in the startup ecosystem. Like a couple of us were actually joking that and we're seeing that, the H-1B visas the numbers would come down quite dramatically. It might just mean that we have access to a lot more top tier talent, tech talent here for us to build out for the world, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we've made great strides in the last couple of decades. India is too large to really ignore or to be shut out, and neither will we be. India is ready to take on its share of, what we need to do at a global stage, and too big to ignore, really. So, I think it's what we're going to make out of it. There are going to be both challenges and opportunities. And today's entrepreneurs are, I think, not just excited, but then waiting for every aspect that could come their way.
Right. That's interesting that you say that. The many US citizens as well, remember, in cities like Bengaluru and Chennai, who've cast their vote through ballots for these elections. We'll keep a close watch on how that presidency evolves over the next few weeks, next few months, and then we'll look at how the startup ecosystem as well reacts to several of the things that are coming up. But thanks to all three of you for joining in on this conversation. Of course, we'll have our special focus on the finer points and the political details of that enormous verdict in the United States. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight.
It's that time again as citizens put their doors in the draw for People's Postcode Lottery's biggest ever prize pot.
In the December draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £32.5 million.
Whether you own or rent, absolutely any door can enter. Sign up before midnight on the 1st of December.
A share of £32.5 million could be yours, but only if your door is in the draw.
We all love a bargain, like the Grants, who switched to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they're still double screening,
For about 45 years.
but for less. And last-minute panic downloading, but for less. Reliable full fibre broadband for less. And now switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is easy with one touch switch. We sort everything out for you. We even call your current provider and help towards any leaving fees. So switch today.
Deep in the lush forests of the highest mountain range lives a truly unique species whose two favourite things in the whole world are munching on bamboo and playing bingo online at pandabingo.com, because pandabingo.com is bursting with brilliant bingo games, including 75-ball bingo and 90-ball bingo. It's absolute pandemonium. So, how do you get involved, I hear you ask? The answer is pretty black and white. Visit pandabingo.com.
Christmas can be challenging at the best of times.
Okay, Mum.
But for families who have lost or are losing a loved one, it can be overwhelming.
They're here. Oh, honey. Hello. So pleased to see you.
So amid the anger, could you give £23 to fund an hour of care? In between the stress...
It's not too late. No, you're not too late.
Could you fund an hour of comfort?
And amongst the grief,
You're not alone.
could you fund an hour of joy?
Okay, Mum. You all right?
This isn't the kind of Christmas anyone ever wanted.
But with your help, we can be there to make it the best one possible.
To give £23 for an hour of care, comfort and joy, please call 0800 810 0212, text CARE to 70488 or search Marie Curie Christmas. Thank you.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsbreak. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up first, developments in the Congress party in Himachal Pradesh. The Congress has dissolved its state unit in Himachal Pradesh, one of only 3 states where it has its own chief minister. Now, in a statement that was released by the Congress party, Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal said that the Honorable Congress President has approved the proposal to dissolve the entire state unit of the PCC district presidents and block Congress committee of Himachal Pradesh with immediate effect. The president of the outgoing state Congress unit is Pratibha Singh, who is the widow of former Chief Minister Veerbhadra Singh, and she was made head of the Congress Himachal Pradesh unit in 2022. Remember, she was also seen as one of the front runners for Chief Ministership, which she did not get. Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, so if we read between the lines, what is the purpose of dissolving this unit? There were several problems that the Congress was facing in Himachal Pradesh.
Well, this was long overdue, as you rightly pointed out, and gave the history. Immediately Pratibha Singh had resigned earlier. She was asked to keep and continue in office. Finally, the Congress has decided to revamp its unit. The reason being because they wanted to bring in the fresh blood. Some of the units, and speaking to some of the ministers and others who said that, they have been district chiefs who have been there for 4 years. So clearly, the Congress wants to revamp and also ensure that there is, participation not only of youngsters, but women and various other key people. And that's the reason why they've decided. Of course, as you are well aware, there has been a friction between Pratibha Singh as well as the Chief Minister. And of course, the Chief Minister has been able to put a stamp by, in his ability to get all the key people elected and having control of the legislative party. But definitely, having said that, there are definitely issues because this is the only state in North India where the Congress is in power. And this kind of complete revamp was long overdue. We'll have to wait and see what exactly is envisaged once it gets decided on who's going to be the PCC chief and district chiefs across the state.
That's right, Sunil. It's a state that the Congress just about managed to, hold on to. We saw those rebels as well, and that was blamed on the Chief Minister not being able to take everyone along. We also have seen of late Vikramaditya Singh, Pratibha Singh's son, making certain statements where, where he was praising the UP government and Yogi Adityanath and wanting to bring some of the, things followed in UP into Himachal Pradesh. So that had also raised eyebrows.
That's right. And in fact, we had spoken to him immediately after he met the Congress president as well as the Congress General Secretary and Mr. Rajesh Shukla were present. They had a huge talking about what was happening, especially, the mosque issue and the kind of communal surcharge that had taken place in that state. He explained his position. He's made it clear that he's looking at the best interests of the party as well as the state unit. There is definitely a huge friction between him and the Chief Minister. So it's going to be extremely important to see how they are able to iron out those differences and help revive the party and ensure after its dismal performance during the Lok Sabha elections where it lost all the Lok Sabha seats, whether they will be able to perform in the coming days.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So the Congress dissolves all units in Himachal Pradesh. Moving on to other news now, the Delhi High Court today declined to permit Chhath Puja rituals at the Yamuna banks in Geeta Colony, citing severe pollution concerns. The court emphasized health risks, noting the hazardous level of contaminants in the river. Remember, year after year, we are treated to these visuals, and we even watch these the women performing Chhath Puja in this toxic water. And the bench now saying it would be dangerous to perform any rituals in the Yamuna as the pollution levels are so high that anyone immersing themselves could be at serious risk. The Delhi Government Council, though, supported the court's decision, informing the court that the government has designated 1,000 alternative Chhath Puja sites across the city with necessary amenities to accommodate celebrations. Remember, every year we see devotees taking a dip in the Yamuna despite this thick layer of toxic foam on the surface of the water, and this is primarily due to the high levels of pollutants that are present in the Yamuna River. Well, let's go across to Tanushka now for more. And Tanushka, so what does this mean that the devotees cannot pray at this particular ghat, but that there are other ghats along the Yamuna where they can pray, or other points where they can pray?
No, so there are other points where they can pray and perform the Chhath Puja festivities and the rituals. So what the Delhi High Court has clearly said is that they refuse to issue any direction towards this petition that seeks permission for performing of Chhath Puja festivities and the rituals in the Yamuna. And to this, the Delhi government has also said that they have arranged for like around 1,000 of these Chhath Puja ghats. That some of them are also near the river ghat, but they are not at the banks. So what we must understand is both the High Court and the government are on the same page about the Yamuna being extremely polluted and a health hazard for anyone, and neither of the parties, support or will issue any sort of direction towards Chhath Puja being performed inside the Yamuna River. The Delhi High Court very clearly says and told the petitioner that if they want the Yamuna cleaned, it is not a one-day job. They need to file a separate petition requesting for the cleaning of the Yamuna, and that is a petition that the High Court is willing to take up and hear. What the Delhi government also reiterated as long as the Delhi High Court is that the Yamuna has extreme amount of pollutants and it is not feasible for anyone to be performing or going into the river. Recently, what the court also cited is that someone went inside the river and they were admitted to the ICU of a hospital. So this is something that they are definitely not in favor of. And what the court also maintained is that it's common fact at this point. There is no dispute about the fact that the Yamuna is extremely polluted and no one should be allowed to go inside the river.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. We also have with us Bharti Chaturvedi, environmentalist and founder of Chintan Environmental Research and Action Group. Thanks so much, Bharti, for joining us. And You know, this is the same story year after year. You've spoken about it at length, whether it be, you know, air pollution or the toxic water in the Yamuna. It's incredible to see, you know, the devotees going there year after year and praying in that very same water. And now maybe this is the only way, with the court saying no one is going to pray in this toxic water.
I think you're right. Of course, I don't believe that anyone should be allowed in this toxic water, but I think it's a big tragedy and a failure of governance, because all these devotees for whom Chhat is so important have completely been denied what is fundamentally, you know, a very sacred ritual. But, you know, it's like the air pollution issue. You need to work around it the whole year. We've always known that the Yamuna is very toxic, but it's only when you see visible pollution do you worry about it. It's like air pollution. We don't worry when it's not super toxic. So what I really think is that all these units, including detergent, dyeing, cleaning, you have to look at them. You have to figure out that because they're informal and they're polluting, how do you shift this? You cannot, how do you shift this into a safer space, give them what they need for pollution control, because they are informal. It's very difficult to run a business formally anymore in Delhi's 32 industrial areas. So you have to find solutions for these people for the rest of the year. Once Chhat is over, in the next Chhat, people should get a clean Yamuna in order to do the Chhat Puja, because it's so wrong that somebody who lives
Many
in
of you
Delhi, so many of our
environmentalists,
immigrants.
that's right, and I know
Yeah.
many of you are absolutely frustrated with the politics over this pollution that we see. You know, recently we had a Delhi leader from the BJP bathing in the river. He fell sick the next day, and that's all, you know, very concerning. And hopefully the center and the state can all work together, and various states as well, you know, other states as well, work together to ensure we have a clean Yamuna, isn't it? And we need to go beyond the politics and really take care of the health of the people.
Yeah, but do remember that we contribute to, you know, just the part that comes into Delhi. We contribute to most of the pollution in the river. So Delhi is to blame, and we poison all the people downstream in so many different ways. So we have to look at the informal industry instead of throwing it out as we did in the past. I think we should help it to upgrade, to improve, and to make it greener and safer, because then you're serving a long-term solution, both for the Yamuna and for people who use the Yamuna. Otherwise, right now, it's just a tragedy of the commons. Everybody's dumping absolute poison in the air and in the waters. That's what it is, and the government's just watching it.
Right. So as I was saying, we need, you know, the parties all to come together, governments to come together, and, you know, the state government as well as the central government to work together to ensure a clean river.
I think so, but I would really ask the state government, because industries come under state government.
Okay.
And, you know, with a little innovation, I think they can. And I think this experience should actually convince them that they need to get it done. It's not very difficult. All the technology exists. You just need to put it together. And I think we need to do it as a city and as a capital.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Bharti Chaturvedi, there talking to us about this, you know, very concerning toxic pollution in the Yamuna, which is always there, yes, as you pointed out, but visible in this froth. And now the Delhi court, they're refusing to allow devotees to perform Chhat Puja there on the banks of the Yamuna. In other news now, the PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme has been approved today by the Union Cabinet, under which financial assistance will be offered to deserving students, ensuring financial constraints don't hinder individuals from pursuing higher education. It's a key initiative stemming from the National Education Policy 2020, which aims to provide financial assistance to meritorious students in both public and private higher education institutions. And students can avail collateral-free and guarantor-free loans from banks and financial institutions to cover their tuition fees and other course-related expenses.
आज एक नई स्कीम अप्रूव हुई है, फुल्ली सेंट्रल स्कीम है, प्रधानमंत्री विद्या लक्ष्मी स्कीम. प्रधानमंत्री विद्या लक्ष्मी स्कीम. This scheme basically empowers the youth and middle class. कोई भी छात्र, कोई भी स्टूडेंट जिसको अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी में, अच्छे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन में एडमिशन मिला हो, वो वंचित न रहे जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ फाइनेंशियल कंस्ट्रेंट्स। ये इसका उद्देश्य है।
All right, now the big US victory, and Donald Trump thanked his supporters and described it as a magnificent victory for the American people as he made one of the most stunning comebacks in the US political history with his win over Kamala Harris. He also referred to the July 13th assassination attempt on him and said, "God spared my life for a reason." The 78-year-old has secured more than the 270 Electoral College votes which are needed to defeat his opponent, incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris, in the U.S. presidential elections. Describing the Republican campaign as the greatest political movement of all time, Trump said, "We are going to help our country heal, fix our borders. We made history for a reason tonight, and we've achieved the most incredible political win." He said he wants to thank the American people. He says, "I will fight for you and your family with every breath in my body." Now, as America braces for a second Trump presidency, the country will see seismic shifts in policy on the economy, immigration, abortion, Ukraine, and Israel. And Donald Trump there thanking all his supporters, and world leaders also congratulated Donald Trump on his second presidency. Prime Minister Narendra Modi too congratulated him on his comeback. Describing Trump as "my friend," the Prime Minister said in a post on social media site X, "Heartiest congratulations, my friend Donald Trump, on your historic election victory. As you build on the success of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership." So the Prime Minister there congratulating Trump. Trump also mentioned Elon Musk in his victory speech. Let's take a look.
Help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
All right, so what does another Trump term mean for India and U.S. relations? We spoke earlier to former ambassador to the U.S., Meera Shankar, who said she expects the relationship only to grow, especially given the China factor.
I think, the broad strategic relationship will continue to grow because both India and the US have a convergence of interests in the Indo-Pacific, particularly with regard to creating a sustainable balance vis-a-vis China. And the US, whether it is Trump or Biden, I think this is one issue on which there's consensus between the Democrats and the Republicans.
We're finally going through my Tom's things. I want to make him proud. Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
You could lock in a fixed energy deal now and take the power back. Switch and save at uswitch.com.
Ever imagine how you'll feel the first time you see a lion in the wild? Or if Japan really is worth the long flight? Ever pondered how ancient civilizations built that? Or how you'll ever describe moments like this? Ever wondered how it feels to explore the world knowing every detail has been expertly taken care of? Wonder no more on our worldwide tours. Choose Signature for smaller groups and enhanced experiences. Book today with Riviera Travel and stay forever curious.
Glasses Direct. Get yourself a great big deal on your new glasses. Right now, at Glasses Direct, get 2 pairs from £15. That includes your lenses and free returns. No quibbles. Oh, now we've got your attention. It's easy to see why we're trusted by over 3 million UK customers. For a really big deal on your glasses, you should go direct to glassesdirect.co.uk.
We know that living with diabetes can make daily life a challenge, and we're here to help.
I felt very low with the diagnosis and very lonely as well and embarrassed.
I think people don't necessarily realise the impact that being diabetic can have on you and the amount of extra decisions you have to make a day through carb counting every single thing you eat.
Day-to-day living with diabetes is really difficult. So Diabetes UK has made my life easier every day.
If you're struggling with the everyday challenges diabetes can bring, maybe it's time to become a Diabetes UK member. Call 0800 035 7601 or go online to become a member. And for just £3 a month, you'll get a welcome pack and a practical guide tailored to your type of diabetes and a copy of Balance magazine 4 times a year.
Balance magazine has been very good in giving me tips to manage my diabetes on a day-to-day basis.
Plus regular email updates with the latest diabetes news and special discounts.
One of the things I was recommended to do was exercise. What motivated me was my love of dance, and I got that back.
Join a community that really understands. Call 0800 035 7601 or go online to become a member for just £3 a month.
I would recommend Diabetes UK to anyone with diabetes. Join up, become part of a community, get that support that you need.
It's that time again as citizens put their doors in the drawer for People's Postcode Lottery's biggest ever prize pot.
In the December draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £32.5 million.
Whether you own or rent, absolutely any door can enter. Sign up before midnight on the 1st of December.
A share of £32.5 million could be yours, but only if your door is in the draw.
The all-new Temper Pro, our most adaptive mattress ever. Born from NASA technology, billions of ultra-sensitive cells relieving even more pressure for ultimate comfort and support. Now available with SmartCool technology. Temper, the future of sleep is here.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 021 3925 and giving £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 021 3925, text C7 to 82727, or go online and give just £2 a month now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Transform hard chairs and surfaces into comfy seats with Soft Sitter from JML. The lightweight and portable gel cushion that helps provide all-day comfort and support no matter where you sit. Its clever hexagonal honeycomb construction cushions, distributes and supports your weight. And its breathable design allows air to circulate, helping to keep you cool. Perfect for all types of seats, or as a kneeling pad. Get the comfort and support you need with Soft Sitter. Only $14.99 from Asda, Boots, Robert Dyers, Tesco and jmldirect.com.
Those weeks that he came in, with the 3 weeks that I could be his little girl again, nothing I can do will repay Marie Curie for doing that for me. The amazing gift that they gave me was I was there at his last breath. He was there for my first. I will give everything back that I can to the hospice that gave me so much.
Give better end-of-life care to all. Get your free will guide today.
I urgently need to ask for your help on behalf of animals at risk right now. With the pandemic came a surge in pet ownership. And sadly, we're now seeing a serious rise in neglect, cruelty and abuse. Our services are being stretched to the limit. To make matters worse, our costs are soaring too. But we refuse to let animals suffer. So please, act now to help rescue the growing number of animals who've never needed us more. Please call or text the number on screen now to give £2 a month to the RSPCA. In one of the toughest times we have ever experienced, your gift will make all the difference to animals. You could help provide more life-saving treatment, food, shelter, and the loving care that many have never known. We know there are millions of you who, like us, care deeply and won't stand by while animals are suffering. We have to reach those trapped in a life of abuse and neglect before it's too late. Because for many, the RSPCA is their only hope. But we can only come to the rescue with the support of people like you. So please, will you help us be there no matter what? Call 0800 121 4265 or text RESCUE to 81400 to start your monthly gift today. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to the special broadcast on the American elections outcome. It surely is one of the most dramatic comeback in the US political history. 4 years after leaving the White House, Donald Trump is going to move back in. After 51% of Americans voted to give him a second chance. Trump's triumph is full of firsts and is pretty spectacular. For a president who refused to accept the results in 2020 elections when he lost to Joe Biden, and his role in trying to overturn the election results to stay in office is still being scrutinized today. And this victory certainly for Donald Trump is one for the history books. Let's take a look at the multiple firsts in this victory. He's the first Republican in 2 decades to win popular vote. The last was George W. Bush in 2004 to secure popular vote. With over 51% vote, his vote share is equivalent to the first black president of the United States, that is Barack Obama's second-term win. He is also the second US president to serve a non-consecutive term in over 100 years. And the scale of his victory can be imagined with the fact that he won Pennsylvania, which was the largest prize among the swing states. All 7 swing states turned red. Republicans won. They have won back the US Senate for the first time in 4 years overnight, giving them a crucial power center in Washington and a lead in confirming the next cabinet, as well as the makeup of the Supreme Court if there is a vacancy. On the show tonight, I'll try and decode the significance of this victory and what does it actually mean for America and for the rest of the world. But first up, let's listen in to what Donald Trump said in his victory speech.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
It is surely an ultimate political comeback never seen before in America and in several parts of the world. Joining me to try and understand what went right for the Republicans is Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, former Ambassador of India to United States. Ambassador Sandhu, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. You know, as someone who would have worked with Donald Trump at some stage, why do you think America has given him another chance? And I've been reading a lot of articles which suggest it's almost like 9 lives of Donald Trump.
So I think it was a democratic election, and you have mentioned about what the reasons are. So therefore, let's focus on that. The reasons in this election were quite clear. And the voting has happened on those. The first and foremost is the economy. I think you would have often heard it's stupid economy.
That's
so
right.
The most important aspect there, when we talk of economic side, it's what is normally the bread and butter issues. So the cost of living is something which had impacted the people. So the cost of living, and US is in a very, very peculiar situation where it is being said that while inflation has come down, the cost of living has gone up. So the daily products which one eats, the kind of grocery store elements. So that's why the independent voters and the middle class have largely voted for Donald Trump. And that has made a significant difference. On the other economic side, you have seen that the corporate side was looking at, perhaps the perception is that with coming of Donald Trump, the American economy will improve. The same is the perception which people had at large.
And the dollar today has taken 8-year rise, or should I see that rise that it is witnessing? But overall, Ambassador Sandhu, the fact here is that there were a lot of emotive issues at play as well. For Donald Trump to swing all the 7 swing states, these were the key battleground states, and for him to manage these states at a time when most pollsters in America got this so horribly wrong, in which they said it will be a close contest, which hardly it was.
No, I think you don't need to overread it either. Look at the percentages. So it's not that it's a 2 or 3% can make a lot of difference. And while, yes, you are right, but it's always been in the past too. If you look at 2016 election and 2020 election, you will see that when the percentages are projected, Donald Trump has normally underscored in that, meaning there's always a gap of 3%. And I think this time once the figures will come out, that 3% has made a major difference. So you are right that 7, what are the critical states? And why are those 7 critical states? I mean, that itself also talks towards what is the Electoral College. And that 7 critical states are because the big states balance each other. For example, California, which has the largest numbers, goes Democrat. And on the other side, Texas, which is another big state, that goes Republican. So they balance each other. So these are the 7 main states, I mean critical states, what we talk of swing states. And this time around, it appears that in all the 7, perhaps Donald Trump will be the victorious. But the percentages are not that high. However, it is significant that these states have moved towards Donald Trump.
Yes. Ambassador Sandhu, continue to be with us. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi is joining us from Ground Zero in Washington, D.C. Gauri, of course, it has been a long night of not many surprises, many would say, but also a very clear-cut, decisive victory where there'll be no confusion or that continuing for next few hours or something. So you had a question for Ambassador. Please go ahead and then you and I will have a chat.
Right, indeed, Maria, good to be on the broadcast. And just one thing I want to say, and then, of course, Ambassador Sandhu, I want to ask you a question specifically in terms of the popular vote, but just a quick update I want to share that Washington, D.C. continues to be Biden's town till 19th of January. And it's only on the 20th of January next year that it gets painted completely red in Trump's color. The man who's also got a popular vote and really swept some of those swing states. Ambassador Sandhu, I wanted to ask you this, that going into these elections, a lot of people felt that the poll was neck and neck, but the sense one got speaking to a lot of people is that the Trump voter was unusually quiet. On many occasions, they chose to not air their view, and probably that's the reason why polls got it so wrong, said it was close, but it was quite clearly a one-sided, or at least it seemed clearly to be a one-sided election.
I think, Gauri, you have to look at the past 2 contests too. If you actually go to 2016, at least this time, people were saying that it's a competitive this thing, and many were saying that it's going to be Trump. So it's not that it was a complete surprise. But if you go to 2016, at that time, people had perhaps not clearly said, because this time I was certainly hearing, yes, it was supposed to be much more competitive, but nevertheless, the people were saying that this is within the margin of error and there is a strong support for President Trump. But at the same time, I'm sure the issues are very important, and that's what we need to look domestically. I mean, if any observer of what's happening in politics there, that there was the issue of cost of living, there is the issue of law and order, there is the issue of immigration, and the perception is that President Trump is much better placed to fix that. What the reality is, we will know in time, but perceptions are always important in politics.
Ambassador Sandhu, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on the top of this broadcast. Let's introduce other panelists as well, Gauri. We have Robert Kali, who is American pollster and also the chief pollster of the Trafalgar Group. We have Mayor Michael Owens who is a Democrat, and also Matt Klink, a Republican strategist. Gauri, come in whenever you wish to, but let me begin with you, Robert. You know, even as we speak, the U.S. markets have surged. In fact, Dow has soared 1,300 points already. So this is a message that is coming in, that this is a changed America that wants to break with the past, wants to break with a liberal past. As someone who is into trying to analyze the minds through your polling, what do you think the pollsters did not really sense?
Well, it's the same problem that they had in 2016 and 2020, and that's why we were recognized as being one of the only ones that predicted Trump would win in 2016 and predicted it would be very close in 2020. And again, we're proud that we outdid all of the major news outlets, all the networks, and all of the universities. The voter he was talking about that was hesitant to say they were for Trump were really hard to identify, and it's a difficult thing to do. They were this time. It wasn't that they were so much as embarrassed. I didn't want to be judged. This time they were afraid. They were afraid of being on a list. They were afraid, whether it's right or not. They were afraid the government might come after them. They were afraid that big tech might censor them. They didn't want to be canceled, and so that was why they were so difficult to measure. And even with our polls, we said Trump will even exceed what we have, but we predicted a significant electoral win, and so in all of these states, especially Georgia and North Carolina, that people started to worry, and certainly Pennsylvania from the very beginning. We've always seen a lead there, and we felt like this election was going to be one that Trump was going to win. He was going to win big, and the Republicans were going to keep the House, and we're going to expand in the Senate. And so so far 3 of the Senate races look like they may go Republican. We also predicted Ohio would go Republican, and if the 3 Rust Belt seats go Republican, that could be a 55-seat majority. And that lets a few people get, they don't have to have everybody on the team to get something passed.
But Matt Link, come on this, because given the fact that most swing states have turned red, I want to understand from you, Matt, is it that Trump, who ran an anti-liberal and nationalistic agenda, has sent a message that this is hinterland America, which is asserting itself? This hinterland is conservative and very resistant and resenting to the liberal elites in New York and California, and that is the reason why you are seeing this entire region turn red.
I think it highlights a couple things. I think one, it highlights the growing irrelevance of the national media, that you're right, they are an elitist media that tends to reside on both coasts, but the majority of Americans, they don't care. And they see a liberal media that either doesn't want to understand conservatives or disrespects conservatives continually. And we saw that with Joe Biden's statements during the campaign, that anyone who supported Donald Trump was garbage. So I think that certainly played a major role. But look, Donald Trump captured the essence that voters want to change. And Kamala Harris, well, she did an effective job at saying that Trump was a threat to democracy and not capable of holding the job. She provided no real agenda for herself going forward, as epitomized by when she went on The View and they asked her the simple question, what would you do differently than Joe Biden? And she said that she couldn't think of anything. That destroyed her messaging that she was going to do things differently. And look, I think that the results yesterday indicated a fundamental desire across the board, not just of the winning the Electoral College, which is designed to give a slim vote, as the ambassador said, more of a mandate to govern. But you saw across the board, because Trump is winning the popular vote as well as the Electoral College, a general dissatisfaction with the Biden and Harris regime. And they realized that we needed a course correction, and a pretty radical course correction, as quickly as possible.
Indeed. Let me also then get in the Democrat voice. Mayor, 2 questions I want to ask you. One is that everyone felt that because voting is happening in large numbers amongst the women vote base, that would go essentially in Harris's favor. Clearly, that hasn't happened. The gender divide hasn't really broken in favor of Democrats. So what went wrong in the reading of that demographic group? That's question number 1. And then question number 2 is around the fact that as things stand right now, President Trump could actually be extremely powerful in a political landscape, with the Republicans having the Senate in charge of the House and a very clear majority also in the Supreme Court as well. So what happens to the Democrats from here on is a key question.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, and thank you for having me on. And I think you're spot on with the discussion about the female vote, and I think Democrats put a lot of specific effort into talking to women specifically and understanding the threats that another Donald Trump presidency would bring us. But I think the reality is, I think the exit polling numbers showed somewhere around 54% of women, only 54% of women were supporting Kamala Harris, which means 44% were roughly supporting the former president. So I think that's a really, really lower number than most Democrats had expected to see and obviously wanted to see. But I'll go further than that because it wasn't just with the women vote. This was another year where we said that the youth vote was going to turn out and was going to make the difference. And if you look at 18 to 29-year-olds, that simply wasn't the case. President Trump still got well over 40%, I think 42, 43% of that youth vote that Democrats continue to try to push for. And obviously, as those age demographics got older, they started trending more towards Trump. But I don't think there was ever that breakout number for the youth that had been expected. And then, I'll also say the Latino vote, so there was a lot of things that were made over the last few weeks, but I think, there was a lot of discussion and a lot of effort put in towards galvanizing the Latino vote to truly turn out for Kamala Harris. And I don't think we saw that as well. So a lot of the demographics across the board just did not break out in areas where the Democratic apparatus, many of us that were on the ground, really thought was going to happen.
Okay.
Now, to your question about what happens with Trump coming into office, with the House and the Senate, it's obviously troubling for a lot of people. I think for, obviously there's going to be celebrating it, but I'm going to keep my eye on a few things. Look, I don't think the Harris campaign could overcome the idea of what was going on with our economy and what was happening with the cost with groceries and medical supplies and things of that nature. I think that was critical. But going forward, I think Democrats are mainly going to be worried about what happens with women's rights in this country, reproductive rights. And there's going to be a large amount of people that's going to be looking at what happens internationally now, how Trump conducts himself on the foreign international stage, and how that's going to play out.
Okay, so why do you think, Robert, that the pollsters in many ways underestimated Donald Trump and overestimated Kamala Harris? Because if you look at the sheer margin or the gap between the two candidates, on one hand, you have a decisive, clear victory for Donald Trump. On the other, Kamala Harris has lost a number of blue states as well.
Well, the main reason is they can't identify, these Trump voters because, again, they're reluctant to say who they're for. And the other part is they are stuck in an old-fashioned methodology. And they, like, for example, they insist on, so many of these just say, well, you have to have live calls. Well, live calls are great, but, most people under 50, they don't answer the phone from a number they don't recognize. If you don't learn to embrace the technology of the time, which right now is text with these younger people and giving them a way to text back and forth without having to click a link, these are things that will help you identify these voters better and certainly measure young people. I mean, the young men were so strong for Trump and that Gen Z. And we were able to see that all along. And I just think that these pollsters are stuck in some of the old ways so much that they're stuck asking 30 questions, 40 question polls, and they're losing the average people, and then they don't reach them in a way that people can actually relate to them, and they're stuck with
just that
people that are weird answering the calls.
Would you say that it was not just a particular demographic that was being looked at or worked upon by the Republicans? It was Pan-America issues being addressed, and these were issues which were away from the epicenter issues, or should I say, which were more emotive in nature, which touched to the core Americans rather than those who are elites sitting in New York City or California. You got the aspect of the real understanding of Americans right.
No, look, yes, simply. First off, Robert, you crushed it again. Good job, man. You really did a fantastic job again. Your polling is fantastic. I will say, though, that, the reality of this is that I think you nailed it, is that the media elite, they look down on anyone
Okay.
who is a
Okay. Yes, continue.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look, the media elite and the Democrats, they were driven primarily by their abject hatred for Donald Trump, and they wanted to make a race of this no matter who was in it. And even when, look, the private polling that we were doing was incredibly accurate, and we saw major holes in the Democrat coalition that the mainstream media and the liberals took for granted because they thought that people hated Donald Trump. The reality is the economic issues and people who are hurting in America right now because they can't make the rent or have to choose between rent and food. That was more important than whether or not Donald Trump was an existential threat to democracy or a quote unquote fascist, which, by the way, every Democrat has accused Republicans.
Okay. There seems to be some problem with that line with Matt Kling. So, Mayor, I'm coming to you. Of course, the question is, what next for
we
the
learn
Democrats?
that quote Barack Obama.
Okay, he's back.
And they're
Please go
clinging
ahead.
to that. Yeah, they're clinging to that. But time is passing them by. And I think we're going to see fundamental change from Donald Trump. He has the durable majorities in both houses of Congress to enact that change. And I think that the liberal Democrats are going to have a major reality check.
Okay, so do Democrats really need a reality check here, Mayor? Because you seem to be disconnected from issues which matter and which resonate with the voters across demographics. So it's essentially what sounds good to strategists may not be the actual issues which matter to the voters on the ground.
I mean, I think after every election, particularly every presidential election, the right thing to do, no matter who wins or loses, is go back and reassess. Everyone does it, right? I mean, Republicans done that as well when they lost. So to go back and reassess, so what happened, what worked, what didn't, maybe where the mark was missed. But I think there's one thing that really has to be said here, which I think is absolutely true, is that, look, there are a lot of Republicans that went to the polls holding their nose, right? It's not to say that Donald Trump was their chosen candidate or the person that they wanted to have. And I'm speaking from people that I know and on the ground and here in Georgia where Donald Trump did win. But there was also a lot of Republicans that did not even want to admit that they were going to vote for Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, they held their nose and they voted for Trump. It's another reason why some of those polling numbers are wrong. It's not because they're afraid to say they're supporting Trump. It's because they're not proud to say they're voting for Donald Trump. But neither here nor there, understanding the power structure as it is and prioritizing the fact of having a Republican in the White House with a Republican Senate and House. Now, I can understand that logic, absolutely. But I don't want to throw the media under the bus and say, the media is absolutely terrible. That's, I'm not going to go there this morning. What I think is important is that, when you look at certain demographics, I think the Trump numbers were underrepresented and the turnout was there in some of those areas. But how how Democrats go forward with this is taking an assessment, taking a look and see what happens. Look locally, look at what happened in certain states and counties, and reassess. Right. Get back on the ground, listen to the people, and figure out how we can be there and meet the needs.
Gauri, go ahead.
I have a question for Robert, which is that a lot of the Harris campaign essentially focused on democracy, saying that if Trump comes to power, it'll be a fascist regime with all rights, democratic rights being overturned. Do you think that excessive focus on just Trump per se and painting him in that actually turned off a lot of those fence-sitter voters which could have gone to Harris's campaign if the tone and tenor was less negative, less vindictive, less vitriolic?
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, with someone like Trump, if you say that before he gets elected, okay, maybe people will believe it. But the guy served 4 years and he didn't do any of that stuff. And so to say that that he would do it differently, I mean, he had every right to have his Justice Department looking at Hillary Clinton, and he said, no, we're not going to do that. So he's already kind of not done the things they're accusing him of doing. And the mayor earlier just said that a lot of people went to the polls holding their nose. There's no question. I hear from Republicans all the time who say they don't like Trump. But what they do say is that all of the effort to attack him and everything from all the different court cases and just the effort to try to stop him from running and from being an effective candidate, that made them want to say no, that's not okay. That made them willing to hold that nose and vote for Trump. And that's when they overplayed their hand, is attacking him in every way, including with the legal system.
All right, so thank you so much for joining us, Robert Mayor Owens and Matt Klink. Gauri, continue to be with us. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll try and give you details as to why did the pollsters get it so horribly wrong, when till the last minute it was predicted as a close contest.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India Century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Welcome back. Donald Trump has marched back to the White House, and we have Gauri Dwivedi, who continues to be with us. Gauri, you are in Washington, D.C. Earlier, we had seen some barricading being put up outside multiple government establishments. What's the scene like right now? And also, why hasn't Kamala Harris been a sport enough in conceding defeat?
Hi Maria, very good morning from DC. We were actually inside the garden at Lincoln Memorial, and we were asked to in fact vacate because there's a lot of movement of Secret Service that is taking place in this half a kilometer radius. This town is still blue till the 19th of January. It turns completely red on the 20th. But till then, there was expectation that Kamala Harris would in fact come out and at least speak to her supporters who really put their heart and soul in a campaign which was just 100 days old. They put aside so many considerations that she did not win primaries. She was not a candidate who was chosen up through the ranks, but rather a parachute candidate who came upon the entire setup much late. But they left all those considerations aside, and they were hoping to get that one last word from their leader. Hasn't happened, but who knows, during the course of the day here, she may come out and reach out to her support base because she's quite young. She may not like to give up her political ambitions anytime soon. It could just be we are waiting for her time. As of now, of course, this town's red. It belongs to Donald Trump. The next 4 years is his, even as he's gone on to make history on 2 occasions. The first president in over a century to come back to power with a 4-year gap, and the second and probably the oldest president to be sworn in. So to that extent,
right.
an old man being embraced by all the youngsters in America. Maria.
That's right. 78-year-old Donald Trump has marched back to the White House. And Kamala Harris and Democrats are dealing with stunning defeat across America. Polls had predicted a much tighter race, but it proved to be otherwise. The polls had largely predicted a narrow Kamala Harris victory in the popular vote, with varying predictions on whether Harris or Trump would win the Electoral College. Instead, Donald Trump has a comfortable victory in both the popular vote and the Electoral College. Once again, it appears that the pollsters underestimated Donald Trump. He won the popular vote, in fact, surpassing his own 2016 performance when he fell short in this metric. The economic forecast was a narrow victory for Kamala Harris. In fact, British polling firm JL Partners had emerged as one of the most bullish in favor of Trump with their projection of around 287 electoral college votes. But the question is, why are the pollsters world over? Remember, we faced also in India during the Lok Sabha polls and now the US elections. Why are they getting the elections so horribly wrong? Joining me on the show is Dhruva Jaishankar, Executive Director of ORF America. We also have Congressman Thanedar and we have Daniel Block, contributing editor, Washington Monthly. We'll be continuing a conversation with them in just a bit, but first up, let's listen in to what Donald Trump said.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. Our friends, we have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Congressman Thanedar, beginning with you. He was the president who was rejected 4 years ago, and he has made a comeback with a far bigger margin. He has not only won the Electoral College, but also the popular vote.
That's right.
If you heard me.
That's right. And yeah. So look, people are hurting. The cost of living has gone up. $100 today doesn't buy the same groceries, gasoline, as it did 4 years ago. And people have voted on the kitchen table issues. People feel that the migration that's happening at America's borders is not acceptable. So Donald Trump had three issues. It's the economy, two, the immigration, the migration at America's borders, and number three, all the wars that are going on in the world, whether it is the Israel-Hamas war or whether the Ukraine. And he has picked up the three issues that are most important for the people. And people have voted. People's judgment is that Donald Trump, not only they agree with the three issues he has raised, but that they feel he is the best suitable to solve those problems. And that is what this whole verdict means.
Congressman Thanedar, you are from Michigan. You represent Detroit, sir. And Michigan is where many felt that the war in Gaza took a major impact on Harris's chances. How do you see that? You've been talking to your constituents. It has a very large Arab American population, and irony of ironies, they all backed Donald Trump, the man who many felt 4 years back was behind what many thought was a very racist ban targeting Muslim countries. How do you read this change that took place on ground? You've been talking to your constituents. What is it that they pinpointed this to?
I think it's the economy. It's the economy across the board. People are feeling the prices, the inflation, and people felt that Kamala Harris, who was part of the Biden administration, felt that they held Kamala and Biden responsible for the economic conditions of today, and they believe that Donald Trump can solve the economic problems. Yes, the Gaza issues did play in the role. Yes, the Muslim American vote, the Arab American vote also was instrumental, but it was beyond just the Gaza issues. It was beyond just the Palestinian issues. What really made Donald Trump president again is because people perceive he has the ability to deal with the economic issues. Now, the surveys are telling us 50% of the people today feel that they are worse off. Economically, they are worse off than 4 years ago.
Okay.
And that issue is only addressed. And when Kamala Harris was asked, what will she do differently than Joe Biden? And she said, I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that answer that Trump played over and over again, you know, so if the situation is bad, if you think about an average voter, if the situations are bad, he is not able to buy the groceries in the same way as he was 4 years ago. And Kamala Harris is saying she's going to do nothing different.
Okay. So, Daniel, come in on this. You know, I've been going through some articles which have been written on a number of websites, and they say that Donald Trump's return to Washington is a product of his chance. You know, they're emphasizing a lot on chance rather than calculation, or many would say intuitive political skills, and also his ability to pick on and respond to voter sentiments much better. Do you think that perhaps made pollsters get it wrong? They do not understand the personality feature of Donald Trump, and this election has been very much personality-centric.
So I'll say two things. The first is that the pollsters got it less wrong this time than they did in the past. So when pollsters were modeling and talking about election outcomes, this was something that many people thought was in the realm of possibility. You only needed the polls to be slightly off in Trump's favor in order to get an outcome like this. Many pollsters, actually, there were some pollsters who predicted outcomes along these lines. So this is not the same dramatic polling miss that we saw in 2020 or in 2016. So they were better. You're right, the averages still appear to have been a little bit off in favor of Harris. Again, we'll need to know more. We'll need to see what the final tallies are. But it's not the same dramatic miss. And as for Trump's charm, I actually think that Trump's character traits probably made him run less well than, say, a generic Republican would. I mean, if we look around the world, we see incumbents getting tossed out of power, losing their parliamentary majorities. Obviously, that happened recently in India with the BJP. Trump is a uniquely polarizing figure in some ways in American politics. He's what we call a high floor, low ceiling candidate. So he has a lot of devoted supporters who love him, but also a lot of people who really hate him. My personal sense is there's a good chance that if you ran somebody like Nikki Haley, the former governor of South Carolina and former UN ambassador, who's embraced less polarizing rhetoric, who's not seen by a lot of Americans as a threat to democracy, her numbers would have been even higher. She would have run up the table even more. It's possible she would have maybe put some safely blue states into play. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Daniel, there's one thing I want to ask. Sure, yes, Nikki Haley would have probably done, her chances could have been even better. But one thing I wanted to ask you is that how significant is the fact that Donald Trump also won a popular vote, something that even George Bush was not able to do that, and he did not do it the last time around. So to that extent, do you think he's now become this really tall figure as far as Republican Party is concerned? The fact that he won the popular vote fair and square, that many in the past actually used that as a big critique when it came to him.
So I think it is a big deal. I mean, it's not a big deal in that he would have become president either way, but I think it is significant. And the Bush comparison is interesting because George Bush, like Trump, lost the popular vote his first time and then won it later on, in Bush's case during his re-election campaign and in Trump's case during his return to power campaign. I agree with you, it's significant. And the reason I think that it's significant is that for Americans, after Trump won the first time around, there was a tendency for Trump's opponents to say this was an aberration, this was a product of the Electoral College, this was not something that reflected what Americans actually wanted. And the fact that he lost the popular vote was kind of proof of that. This time it's going to be a lot harder to make that argument because he's going to win the popular vote, he's going to win a plurality, and so it's a situation where the two line up. And so I think Trump opponents are really going to have to think about that and think about what it says about the United States,
so
think about what it says about their campaign.
Given how divided America is at the moment, and also the fact is that he has won with a 51% popular vote, so that's significantly high and a significant achievement on part of Donald Trump. But on one hand, you had a campaign which spoke about, there is a need to heal America. Today, he also spoke about the need to heal in his victory speech. Do you think we'll be seeing a new Donald Trump, or it will be more of a same?
I think he has gotten the mandate. His speech yesterday was as more conciliatory, offering more working together. So I think he's got his revenge. He went back because he felt persecuted because of the lawsuits. He felt attacked, and now with this vote, winning the popular vote was a special achievement for him. Hopefully, with this win, this mandate, he will be also winning the Senate. The U.S. Senate now will be in the Republican control. So with all of that power, all of that shift, and I would certainly call this a mandate, with this mandate, I think he would be more bigger man and focus more on getting and delivering the things that people need, delivering the economy that the people need, the safety, security, and safety.
I was coming to just that, Congressman, which is that will Donald Trump have an easy way in terms of passing legislation, given the fact that he'll have a Senate under control and he'll also have a Supreme Court that's favoring the Republicans? Do you think he'll have an easy way in terms of passing those very contentious legislations and promises that he made during his campaign?
Yes, I think he does have the Senate, he does have the Supreme Court, he does have the presidency, and now he has a mandate. House is still up for grabs. We don't know yet what will happen to the U.S. Congress. but it is possible that Republicans could also win control of the House. Now, if that happens, he will have control of all three branches, and that would allow him to do what he needs to do. The question really is he going to take care of the average person, the person on the street who's hurting, or is he going to give those billionaires, the rich people, Elon Musk, and people like that, the benefit and the tax breaks? That remains to be seen. How much of a loyalty does he have to the very people who are struggling, who are hurting all across America? How will he deliver what they need to get?
Yes, and he did talk about economy and the need to make economy great again during his victory speech. So he understood that the bread and butter issues were perhaps one of the driving forces behind his emphatic and convincing victory. So, Congressman, let me ask you that question. Also, let's not forget that here is a president who comes with a lot of baggage as well. There are a number of criminal charges against him, and these cases are currently in the court, pending trial. So what happens to those cases?
Those cases will go away. He singularly has the power to, remove those cases. So there will not be any meaningful litigation against him while he is the president of the United States for next 4 years. Also, remember, Supreme Court has given the verdict that as a president, his powers are substantial. So he will not have to worry about that. The question really is, he's got to deliver. He's got to make people's lives better. He got to, 4 years from today, people ought to be able to say, my family, my finances today are better than they were 4 years ago under Biden-Harris administration. And that would be his success. That would be his mandate. That would be his task. And that is his number one task. He needs to ensure that crime goes down. He needs to ensure that the borders are more protected, secure, and there is not this huge migration of undocumented migrants coming into America, going into cities like New York and Chicago. People saw that, and that's not the America people want.
Okay, Daniel, I have a question for you, because there are a number of articles which are suggesting that the legitimacy of the president's house or the president's chair is being questioned because of the background or the baggage of Donald Trump. Do you think they will have to revisit their own assessment? Because whatever said and done, it is the choice of America. Here is a president who has won with popular vote and in the Electoral College.
So I'll say that
there's one more question I want to add, Maria, for Daniel, before he can take both of them together. He can take both the questions together. One, of course, the one around legitimacy that you asked. The second around the fact that, Daniel, given that the way everybody has been talking about the economy, immigration, what, according to you, would be his single biggest legislation that he will pass through at the very beginning of his tenure, given how powerful he is, given how strong the mandate is, and at the same time, given how he has again and again spoken about economy and immigration, which according to you would be the first set of legislations he could pass that could set the tone for his presidency in the next 4 years? Take those two questions, please.
Sure, I'll do them in order. For the first one, there's certainly a lot to criticize Donald Trump on legitimately. And I won't recite all the things that critics have raised. I'm sure your viewers are familiar with them. I don't think that anyone can reasonably say that this victory was illegitimate in some sense, because he won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote. And my sense is most Democrats, probably almost all of them, there may be exceptions, would agree with that. And we'll see, it's up to the vice president to help certify the electoral votes. And I have complete confidence that Kamala Harris will certify her own defeat. So I think that the party will accept that this is a legitimate win. They will continue to criticize him, and his other opponents will continue to criticize him for the many pieces of baggage that he has. But I do think those two things can be decoupled. And there's not really a case to be made that this was an illegitimate victory, as as much as that upsets many people. Or I should say, as much as his victory upsets many people for understandable reasons. As for what he will look to do first, again, this does come down to whether Republicans secure control of the House. If they do, one of the big things I'd see them look to do is try to make the tax cuts that Trump passed in his first term in office permanent. That's probably going to be at the top of the legislative agenda in terms of passing laws. But I do want to emphasize something else because you brought up immigration, and this is something that Trump will be able to take action on, regardless of whether he has unified control of Congress. I expect the Trump administration to be much, much more aggressive in trying to round up and deport undocumented immigrants. There's been talk of creating camps. We know he wants to deploy the National Guard in this service. Just how far he will go remains to be seen, and that may also be contingent on congressional control, because he may need more resources to do everything he says he wants to do when it comes to immigrants. But I would expect there to be roundups.
Start earning cash back today. Sign up to Quidco. Get cash back every time you shop on over 5,000 brands. It always pays to Quidco.
This is an important message for people living with diabetes, from people living with diabetes.
When I was experiencing the symptoms of diabetes, I didn't know what was going on.
You go on the internet and it's full of horror stories.
I didn't understand about carbs, I didn't understand about blood glucose levels.
That's why the support I get as a Diabetes UK member is so important.
You can become a Diabetes UK member for just £3 a month. When you do, you'll receive a practical guide specific to your type of diabetes and a copy of Balance magazine 4 times a year. Plus, you'll help support research that could lead to better treatments for all types of diabetes.
As members, we're all working it out together.
Call 0800 144 5410 or go online to become a Diabetes UK member for just £3 a month. Join us now, because membership can help you learn to live better with diabetes.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we know everyone is different. That's why we offer funeral plans to funeral services that are personal, every step of the way.
At Tesco Mobile, that Black Friday feeling lasts longer. Get our 60 gig SIM for just £13 a month with club card prices, saving you £48. And what's more, that price is frozen for your whole contract. Plus, you'll get an extra £20 worth of club card points for even more value, turning Black Friday into Black Friday. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
It's great to be helping out before my first grandchild arrives. And after having a few repairs myself, I need to make sure they'll all be protected. Which reminds me.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
Wow, that money could help with funeral costs or as a gift for my grandkid. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
He's going to be named after his granddad.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team on 0800 470 4444 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
With Virgin Media, get smooth, lightning-fast M125 broadband. Just £25 a month. and no setup fee. And now it's even easier to switch to the provider awarded Best Broadband Experience. Yeah, that's smooth. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
As a dad, I know life's unpredictable. It's all fun and games until it's not. That's why I'm not putting things off anymore and protecting the life we've built by calling Smart Insurance.
Just like families, not all life insurance is the same. That's why we offer the Smart Family Guarantee. We guarantee a straightforward application process, award-winning service you can trust, and cover from day one. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
To get a free quote today, call our specialist UK team or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma. But so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I'm just getting started. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who can make you wait up to 2 years, with Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. And no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 470 4474 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. In a stunning turn of events, Donald Trump has secured a historic third term as President of the United States. Despite fierce opposition and numerous legal challenges, Trump's campaign centered on MAGA, making America great again, resonated with voters nationwide, leading to a decisive victory. Key battleground states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin may flip back to red, showcasing the enduring appeal of Trump's policies on economy, on immigration, law enforcement. His unexpected win has left political analysts scrambling to understand the new dynamics of American politics as we speak. World leaders are reacting, markets are fluctuating, the political landscape is being redrawn. What does this mean for America's future? What does this mean for the world? We'll have in-depth analysis from our panel of experts, reactions from both sides of the aisle, and what we can expect from a Trump administration with a new mandate. But first up, I'm going to go across to our big wall to give you an idea of what exactly took place in the United States. So let's have the map up to give you an idea of the big divide in the United States. Red translates into Republican states, blue translates into Democrat states, and there are a couple of remaining swing states over here where the results haven't come in as yet. I'm going to explain what swing states are in just a moment from now. By and large, in the context of these elections, the blue bastions, which have been Democratic bastions, they were with the Democrats, they went their way. The red bastions went to the Republicans, as was expected all along. It's just the swing states, and I'm going to come to that in a moment, which have been significant, because the swing states which are marked in yellow over here, and there are a few more, a couple of them have already gone the way of Donald Trump. And whoever wins those swing states is seen to have a huge advantage. And ultimately, with 280, remember the magic mark in the United States was 270. Donald Trump absolutely ahead, winning the elections in the United States. Now, just a few more details over here. What are the numbers beneath each state? Now, remember, America has what's called a winner-takes-all system. So each state has a certain number of electoral votes. Those electoral votes all add up to the Electoral College. Whoever wins 270 electoral seats, which go towards the Electoral College, wins the elections. In this case, Donald Trump, with 280, has crossed that by an easy margin. So in the case of California, for example, which did go to Democrats, as was expected, there are 54 electoral seats over here, all of them added to the kitty of the Democrats. If you look at Texas with 40 electoral seats over here, all of that added to the kitty of the Republicans. Remember, in America, the popular vote doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the elections. It really depends on how many electoral seats you actually put together to cobble together at least 270 seats, 270 out of 538 to win the elections. However, in this case, not only has Trump won the large number of electoral seats that he requires, or electoral votes, I should say, that he requires, he has also won the popular vote. And through this program, we'll be talking about how that is particularly significant. But while these are the remaining swing states or battleground states which haven't been decided as yet, let's give you an idea of what did take place in some of the other key battleground states. And battleground states or swing states, what has taken place is, in the case of Arizona, just look at this. They've gone by and large to the Republicans, 51% for the Republicans, the Democrats at 47.2. Let's keep shifting as I go through these numbers to tell you what happened in the other ones. In the state of Georgia, 50.8 to Republicans, 48.5 to Democrats. So it is narrow, but even if there's a tiny gap, all of that state goes towards one side. And this has continued. So let's keep flipping the screen. If we go across to the state of Michigan, 51.1% for the Republicans. And let's just continue going with that, with Nevada at 51.5%, and now North Carolina with 51.1%. Pennsylvania, a very big win for the Republicans at 50.8%. We'll be talking, in fact, a lot about Pennsylvania in this program. 49.8% for the Republicans in Wisconsin. So the bottom line and the key point that we are trying to mention over here is that these swing states, which have been so very important as far as these elections are concerned, they've all gone by and large the way of the Republicans. So that's something that we need to keep in mind very, very closely. But first, here's what Donald Trump had to say after winning these elections.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Well, I'm also joined by my colleague Gauri Dwivedi. She's had a very, very hectic last couple of days, along with the team of NDTV journalists in the United States. We've been covering the length and breadth of the United States. It's all over, Gauri. We hope you come back now, sooner than later. But it's been fun, no doubt. Give us a sense of what's been happening, talking to friends, talking to people. Are they relieved that it's all over, or is there still a sense of disbelief, both among Democrats and Republicans, that it's gone so clearly Trump's way?
Itching to come back home, Vishnu, that's for one.
I don't believe
and
you, but
secondly,
go right ahead.
the last couple of days, I did speak to I spoke to a bunch of people, and all of them are, first of all, relieved that this has ended. There were lots of concerns that will the election night actually end, or will there be a bunch of litigation that could drag the entire process. So to that extent, there is relief on both sides. And of course, for the voters and people at large, that this has ended. Secondly, going into this election, the one thing that one heard again and again was, and a lot of Trump voters said that, and something that probably reflected in the results as well, they said that, you know, when it comes to the Democrats and the Democrat voters, they're very vocal about their critique of Donald Trump. But the Republican voters, they said that they are more subdued. They don't want to come out lashing against Kamala Harris per se. It's just that they weren't convinced that she could actually do a better job as far as the economy is concerned. As for Washington, D.C. here, it is going to be blue, Vishnu, till 19th of January, and it turns the darkest shade of red only on the 20th of January. But interestingly, the next 45 to 50 days will be spent, of course, figuring out the key appointments, and most importantly, what lies ahead in a presidency which will be extremely powerful with the Senate under control. The Congress is a toss-up right now, but could go the Republican way. And of course, Donald Trump winning both the popular vote and the Electoral College, Supreme Court under his belt. So who knows, some of those big contentious things that he's spoken about, immigration and a couple of others, he could actually get some of those really contentious legislations going.
All right, Gauri, I'm just going to introduce our panel. We've got Richard Painter, law professor at the University of Minnesota. Ambassador Atul Keshup will be with us in a little while, president of the US-India Business Council, one of the most influential American diplomats who served in India in the past. We've got Professor Dan Casino, professor of government and politics from Farley Dickinson University. Clifford Young, president of Ipsos Public Affairs in the United States. The Ipsos polls have been fairly interesting. Dhruva Jaishankar joins us as well, as also Dr. Bharat Barai, chairperson of the US-India Community Foundation. Richard Painter, let me come to you first. Just in terms of the larger picture over here, over 51% of the vote for Donald Trump is equal to Obama's second-term win. It's the first time that we've got a Republican president since George W. Bush in 2004 to secure the popular vote. In terms of the magnitude of this win for the Republicans, what does it mean for the party?
Well, this is an election that turned largely on the economy. Is the number one issue, particularly in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, critically important states that used to be toss-up states or sometimes in the Democratic column. but the economy is a challenge, particularly in states that used to have a robust manufacturing sector that do no longer. And Donald Trump has appealed to those voters who are concerned about being left behind in the economy. Now, whether he's actually going to do anything to help them, we'll see. He has another 4 years now in the White House to work with Congress to actually make good on his campaign promises. But that's what this is all about. And it's a famous saying, James Carville, the Democratic strategist who helped Bill Clinton win back in 1992, said, "It's the economy, stupid." Well, unfortunately, I think the Democrats have spent a lot of time talking about social issues and particularly divisive social issues, and have not focused on the economy. And working voters, particularly people with lower wages, feel very frustrated about that. And if people who are earning lower wages aren't willing to vote for Democrats, the Democrats are in trouble.
Indeed. Vishnu, if I can get Ambassador Keshav on the fact that the next 4 years in terms of the India-US relationship, given the backdrop of the fact that Donald Trump has been very clear in terms of tariffs and also on immigration, both of which actually directly impact India.
Well, thank you very much. And look, I'd like to refer to what the previous panelists just discussed about the economy. You know, clearly the voters sent a very strong message. The president-elect has a clear mandate, and it is focused on the well-being and happiness of the American people. So the critical issue for U.S.-India relations is whether Delhi and Washington can have a discussion that validates each other's perspectives and particularly understands the message being sent by the American people. I have full confidence that there can be a lot of ambition in U.S.-India relations. President Trump is a deal maker, and there was some work on a landmark trade agreement between the U.S. and India during the last days of Trump 1. I hope that they could pick that up and go forward. Certainly tariffs are in the mix. The president-elect has been very clear about that. But this is where countries like India, friends and partners, should understand where the American people are coming from and the message that they have sent about the economy. I do see opportunity for a deal, though.
Ambassador Keshav, I'll come back to the India story in just a moment, but as an experienced diplomat, I just wanted to quickly get your views in on what's happening in Europe, the war over there, the fact that we've got Trump, Zelensky obviously concerned, he needs American support and the provision of weaponry, the provision of funds. Do you believe that there'd be a change in American policy? Your personal view?
Well, let's see what happens. I always say personnel is policy. Let's see whom the president-elect picks for his team, and then we can see what the policies may look like. But President Trump campaigned on strengthening America, addressing the economy, and ending wars around the world. Now, I wish him the best of success in that. These wars are terrible. They've been terrible for the countries affected, particularly for Ukraine. And I think a strong America ensures deterrence that makes our adversaries think twice. And in that regard, a strong America is good for us, but it's also good for the Indian people, because democracies need to have a strong deterrent capability. And part of that starts with having a strength at home and a strong and running economy at home.
Ambassador Keshav, you've always worked on and seen firsthand that very close camaraderie, in a sense, between Prime Minister Modi and the US President. There was that huge Howdy Modi event. I remember attending in Ahmedabad, a lot of support over here for him. Does that, at the end of the day, really make a difference in relations between America and India? Do you believe that that could be a small factor as well as the relationship goes forward?
Yes. Obviously, nations have long-term strategic and economic interests. They also have their long-term values, but personality and chemistry absolutely matters. And President Trump and Prime Minister Modi enjoy a superb relationship, one that has been tested by things like the Galwan crisis, where America and India worked very closely together. So there's not only a strategic congruity, but there's also a very clear chemistry that will be helpful. There does need to be some discussion about some of America's perspectives about imbalanced trade. And I think that if Delhi can address that in a useful way, there can be some really good breakthroughs in taking U.S.-India relations to the next level.
Indeed. And in fact, taking on from the fact about trade being a key area of focus, I want to ask this to Mr. Richard, in fact, that what do you think could be the key focus areas for the Trump administration 2.0? And the reason why I ask that is that he's going to be an extremely powerful president. He'll be able to pass through some very important legislation, even if they are extremely contentious. Even if you just take the immigration part, all reports suggest that it could take $88 billion of American taxpayer money to send 1 million immigrants back. That also impacts India. But the question I want to ask you is that do you see some of this actually passing through, or do you think that was election rhetoric and the administration will have to decide between what's feasible and what's just not possible?
Well, I think that some of it's election rhetoric and will not happen, particularly mass deportations. I do not expect that. What I do expect is some contentious discussions about tariffs and trade. And I'm hoping that the Trump administration will recognize that growing the economy of the United States as the second largest democracy in the world and India is the largest democracy in the world together in a partnership will be very, very important, not only for the economic growth of both countries, but also to have a strong posture against China. Of course, we are flooded with imports from China that are undermining American workers, but also China is not a democracy. And I believe ultimately, as a national security issue, China is the big worry for the Trump administration, and the strong economic alliance with India is going to be very, very important. And that means a reasonable posture on tariffs so that we can grow both countries' economies together as well as have a strategic relationship.
Professor Dan Casino, I just wanted to focus on, what the Democrat rhetoric against Trump has been and the fact that he's defeated it all. Firstly, he's the first twice impeached U.S. president. He's the first convicted person to become a U.S. president. He'll be becoming U.S. president. All of this evidently didn't matter at all to U.S. voters. They aren't concerned, quite clearly, the large majority, about the fact that he faces so many charges. Now, many of these might be wiped away when he becomes president, but is it not interesting and significant that his background, his criminal background in some cases, wasn't a showstopper for Trump?
You have to remember that American voters are very good at what we call retrospective voting. They are voting largely on the basis of what's happened in the past, not so much with prospective voting, that is voting on the basis of what they think is going to happen in the future. I think what we're seeing is a rejection of the status quo. It's certainly for President Trump, President-elect Trump, was a messenger for we're going to reject the status quo. But the votes, I think, should be seen more as a rejection of how people perceive the economy under Biden, inflation and unaffordable housing, rather than an acceptance or support for what former President Trump has done. So it's not about, oh, they like it or they think it's great. Rather, it's that they don't like what's going on now. And when you don't like what's going on now, you vote against the party that's in power.
Okay. Gauri?
Right. Vishnu, do we have Jyotsna with us?
Jyotsna's there with us. Go ahead, Gauri,
Jersey.
with your question to Jyotsna.
Okay, great. Jyotsna, I want to ask you this, and I'm sure, Vishnu will, over the course of the show, talk more about the Indian-American connection. But I want to ask you that how significant do you think Indian Americans could be in a Trump 2.0 administration? The reason I ask is that from drawing room to polling booth, everywhere the conversation regarding Donald Trump came down to his Diwali greeting and how he reached out to the Indian American and particularly the Hindu community. In the backdrop of that, how significant do you think this demographic will be in his next administration?
Thank you, Vishnu and Gauri. See, I'll tell you, when we speak about the Diwali celebration, if I trace it back to 2022, President Trump, along with Shalabh Kumar, the founder of Republican Hindu Coalition, they hosted a Diwali at Mar-a-Lago at his own residence. It was a very historic day. That was the first time when we were chanting 2024, 2024 for Trump. And maybe he was still making his mind then that whether he would be wanting to contest the election in 24 or not. that was the day when Trump spoke to the the executives of Republican Hindu Coalition. There are 183 people over there. I was also amongst them. In fact, I was the master of ceremony of that event that day. And Trump shows warmth to Indians. In fact, while doing the diya lighting, uh, it was more of a passion he has about the religious thing even Hindus do. In fact, lighting up the diya, the lamp, he really likes doing it. So it was a very small thing I'm quoting. The thing is, he considers the Indian Americans or Hindus also, to be more precise, as part of his team. Republican Hindu Coalition founder President Shalabh Kumar in 2016, when Trump was a candidate, he was the first one to endorse him.
Right.
And I pretty well, you know who Shalabh Kumar is, right? And how he has come along with him. Of course, in 2020, then there was a gap when Trump did not bring in Shalabh there to his campaign. 2022 started off again, and there afterwards, he contemplated, fighting for the elections. Then Vivek Ramaswamy came into the picture, again another Indian American with his roots very strong, and Vivek Ramaswamy dropped, and he started supporting him.
Right. Jyotsna, I'm going to come back to you
in
in just a moment. I take the point, and Bharat Barai is with us as well to talk about that. But I wanted to go across first to Clifford Young, President of Ipsos Public Affairs in the United States. Mr. Young, polls get it right, or get it wrong, I should suggest, quite frequently. It does happen sometimes, it goes right. We have this huge problem in India where exit polls, for example, or have had disastrous results in our general elections. They've almost all been inaccurate. Now, in the case of the United States, would you agree that the polls, by and large, were way off the mark? That in fact the margin of victory for Trump was something that the large number of polls didn't predict at all?
It's been a long night, right? And so ultimately, let's wait a bit. We need to wait a few days to get all the tally of the votes in. Let's make sure we have everything there so we can ultimately see how the polls ultimately performed. I think when it's all said and done, whether at the national level or in the swing states, the polls will be on average off about 2 points, underestimating Trump. We seem to do that election over election. We did that in 2016 and 2020. So it's close, and obviously we'll have to find out. But my bigger criticism is actually the narrative that the polls set. And so we went into the night thinking that this would be a contested election, perhaps a Trump election. I think many of us thought that Trump had the upper hand. But really, this night was one where Trump dominated. I think on that point, the polls did not do a good job of helping set up the narrative. So at the end of the day, I think we're going to find it's close. But that said, the narrative was off.
Right. Dhruva Jayashankar is also with us. Dhruva, we spoke on the eve of the election, and the one thing that all of us were talking that evening was how close it was. But it isn't, the results don't seem to indicate that. Your sense of what really swung the election in favor of Trump, or a fact that many sort of, an issue that many overlooked?
Right, so, a lot of things in the last 12 hours are being said retrospectively. The fact is we don't know. I think people will be poring over the data on elections for days, weeks, months to come. I think a few factors. I think, as Cliff Young suggested, the outcome itself was not surprising. It was well within the realm of possibility that Trump would win. I think the margin of victory has really been a big surprise. The fact that he's up by 5 million votes in the popular vote, I think, is not something that was expected. And that it's really across demographics. It's across states and Democratic strongholds. He's done better even when he lost the state. So it's really what this signals is really a very widespread sentiment and what might be characterized as a protest vote against the establishment in the Democratic Party. Now, there are many reasons we could look into it, and I think once people pore over the numbers, they'll see, is it because Harris underperformed and the Democrats underperformed, or is it because Trump overperformed, or a combination of those? Is it more economic issues? Is it the semblance? Is it pocketbook issues that have affected average voters or their sense of the economy, even though the macro numbers seem to be very strong? Is it cultural issues? Is it foreign policy issues? Again, there's some evidence already in Michigan and other places that certainly played a role. Or was it some combination thereof? And my suspicion is because almost every demographic, with the exception, I think, of college-educated women, white women, voted more in favor of Trump than they did 4 or 8 years ago, that this suggests a very widespread dissatisfaction with the status quo and perhaps an all of the above explanation.
Sure. Dr. Bharat Barai is among the foremost, Americans of Indian origin. He's been a doctor for decades. He works very closely with the Indian community over there, extremely influential. Wonderful to have you, Dr. Bharat Barai, with us on the program. You've been following and tracking the progress of Indian politicians in the US very closely, those running this time around as well. How well have Democrats or Republicans of Indian origin done?
Thank you, Vishnu and Gauri. The Indian Americans have done very well. In fact, I should share with you that Mr. Suhas Subramaniam will be the 6th Indian American congressman in the new Congress. And right now, Dr. Amit Shah from 1st District of Arizona, he is leading, but it's a small margin and only 56% of the votes are counted. So, well, let's say if he becomes the 7th US congressman of Indian American origin. So we have done very well. Politically also, we have been very active. And a lot of things happened in last 2 weeks, talking with candidate Trump about the concerns of the Hindu community. I would not go into all the details, but ultimately we requested that a strong statement be issued on behalf of the Hindu community of Bangladesh that was being tortured and the Hindu temples that were being desecrated in Bangladesh. And he was more than willing to do it. And I think it did swing quite a few. Many of the friends that I talked to in USA, they all said, oh, wow, Trump did it, he gets my vote. The other thing that did not help Democrats, inviting the Khalistanis at the White House 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's visit for the Quad. And I think, Vishnu, we talked about it in New York when you were covering the Prime Minister's visit. There were a lot of people who were very pissed off, saying that all these people are desecrating Hindu temples. They desecrated Mahatma Gandhi's statue in front of Indian embassy. They try to preach separatist propaganda. They try to post videos saying that the Air India airliner will be damaged or desecrated or bombed. And so White House sent a lot of wrong messages to the Indian American community. There was also a lot of effect on the Jewish community. There are many Jewish friends who were very much unhappy that Biden administration tried to put an embargo on some of the arms shipment to Israel when they were fighting the terrorists. So I think different groups acted in their own way, being unhappy, and ultimately that showed up in the votes.
Yeah, it did.
Surprisingly, I should say, the Pakistani community, they also sided with Trump, and now there is a division among them, those who are for the present government and those who are for Imran Khan.
Right. I just wanted to go back to Ambassador Atul Keshup, who's been waiting. Ambassador Keshup, correct me if I'm wrong, but my sense is that the primary foreign policy agenda of President Trump over a period of time, assuming the wars do come to an end sooner than later, will be China. And again, I would suggest that it's that confluence of thinking between New Delhi and Washington on the challenges and opportunities that China has that would be an area where both sides would actually talk about. India is focusing on the Asia-Pacific more than we have in the past. America certainly is. Do you believe that the China factor, for positive reasons and perhaps because of concerns, would dominate the relationship?
Well, look, let me go back to the Trump 1 term, which was greatly impacted by the pandemic. I was working intimately on China policy back then, and of course, it had such an impact on the American people. I can't speak for President Trump or for what the new administration will do, but what I can say is that they absolutely want to ensure that the United States of America and its people are indemnified from the risk of excessive exposure to anything that might impact our happiness and health and well-being. So that means that countries like India are actually very important because India is a trusted country. India and the United States share the same concerns about supply chain exposures and risks. And we, of course, have the Quad commonality and the Indo-Pacific shared perspective. So I think there's actually not only going to be a very heavy focus on China for all the reasons you mentioned, but there's also going to be a focus on how India fits into all of that. And we have a relationship with India that stands on its own. It is very strong in terms of people to people. There are almost 5 million Indian Americans in this country. They play an outsized role in the political life of this country and in so many other fields of endeavor. And I think President Trump knows that. The people around him know that. They're very focused on how they can take the U.S.-India relationship to the next level. And so the challenge for Delhi and Washington as we go forward is to see what that should be. Obviously, the strategic underpinnings are important, economic, technology. I would say let's be ambitious. Let's focus on real trade agreements that unleash even more prosperity for our people, because it will help strengthen our deterrent, our shared deterrence, and will help manage the problems that you mentioned.
All right, well, thanks very much, Ambassador Keshav, and I'd like to thank all our guests very much for being with us. We're going to take a short break at this stage and come back with a lot more. Gauri, I'll come back to you later on. You've got a lot more programming this evening, but we will take a short break and then tell our viewers once again what the overall story is. Let's listen into what Trump has to say. We'll be doing that after a short break, and a lot more analysis on what's been a fabulously interesting day in American politics, an election that's being watched around the world.
Deal or no deal's exciting, so your ready meal is piping. Win up to £1,000 for free every day, only at Tombola. Open for fun.
Sign up and start saving with Quidco today. Cashback every time you shop on over 5,000 brands. It always pays to Quidco.
As a dad, I know life's unpredictable. It's all fun and games until it's not.
You okay?
I want my kids to always be looked after. That's why I'm not putting things off anymore and protecting the life we've built by calling Smart Insurance.
Hi, how can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
Okay, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my wife pay off the mortgage.
With our Smart Family Guarantee and 99% of claims having been paid, you'll have peace of mind.
That's good to know.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cashback on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 6797 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
At Tesco Mobile, that Black Friday feeling lasts longer. Get the epic Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra with unlimited data for just $49.99 a month with Club Card prices. That's a huge Black Friday saving of £738. And what's more, that price is frozen for your whole contract. Plus, you'll also get Club Card points for even more value, turning Black Friday into Black Friday. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Welcome back. Incredible elections in the United States, 280 to 224 for Harris. Donald Trump is going to return. He's going to be a two-time president of the United States. Whoever thought that the election results were going to be as clear-cut as they are at this stage. Kamala Harris and the Democrats nowhere in the picture. But let's listen in to what the man of the moment has had to say.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
All right, so let's just explain what has happened in the United States by a quick look at a couple of details which we've been working on. This actually reflects the actual results. In a couple of states, those that haven't been formalized as yet. So now, typically, the blue states are the bastion of the Democrats. The red state are strong. Red colors are states which are strongholds of the Republicans. We've written remaining swing states, and that's because a couple of the swing states, in fact, many of them have gone to the Republicans, which is why they've won the elections. But a couple of them are still remaining. We're still waiting to formalize the results. So those haven't been called as yet, 4 of them at this present moment. But the numbers underneath every state are those of electoral votes. Ultimately, all of the electoral votes add up towards the Electoral College. Whoever wins 270 electoral votes ends up becoming the next president. That party does win. Now, in a winner-takes-all situation, which is what the US elections are all about, let me give you 2 examples. Firstly, the example of California, where there are 54 electoral seats. Let's take a look at Texas with 40. So whoever wins this state, right, California as an example, all of those 54 seats get transferred to the Electoral College. And so that magic mark is 270, Donald Trump with 280, quite clearly above that. All of this is important because in the context of the United States, the popular vote doesn't necessarily translate into a person becoming the president. It's the overall count of the electoral seats in every state which actually adds up. In fact, there have been examples in the past, for example, in the case of Hillary Clinton, where she had the popular vote, more people actually voted for her, but because of the way the US election system is set up, she didn't win the elections. Let's take a look at the swing states. Now, the swing states are important. We're going to go by these numbers one after the other. This is where Trump has done very well. In the state of Arizona, 51.9% of people wanted Trump, which is why he's got the 11 electoral votes from this state. Let's just keep going through one after the other. In Georgia, the Republicans at 50.8. Again, Kamala Harris would have wanted to have done much better. The state of Michigan on your screens right now, 51.1% for the Republicans. In Nevada, 51.5% for the Republicans. The Democrats at 46.8%. North Carolina 51.1 for the Republicans, the Democrats 47.7. Pennsylvania, absolutely fascinating in many senses. If the Democrats had any serious chance, Pennsylvania, so very important, but just look at this. Pennsylvania voting for the Republicans, the Democrats at just 48.2. So this gives you, an idea of what exactly has taken place. Finally, in Wisconsin, 49.8, so neck and neck almost, but again, the Republicans coming up on top. I'm just going to go across now to my colleague, Natasha Israni, who's been tracking these elections very, very closely, indeed with me in the United States. In fact, she's been covering Pennsylvania itself. And if you just focus, on Pennsylvania itself, I mean, is this at the end of the day a bit of a surprise? Because the sense is it could have most likely gone the way of Kamala Harris, and if not, it would have been extremely close. It's not really that close this time around.
No, certainly not, Vishnu. It is not close. In the two presidential cycles, the difference between the candidates was either 0.5% or little over 1%, but this is much higher. So it's a very definitive and clear victory for Trump in this crucial state where I'm standing right now. I'm actually standing at the rocky steps of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, which is also where Kamala Harris held her last rally with all her superstars and celebrities and talking about unity. But that message, which was resonating across the country, has many shades of gray and nuances to it, as I could make out even talking to people on the street. Let me give you some examples from Philadelphia, the city that we're spending a lot of time in. And I want to profile, interestingly, two Uber drivers that we drove with, just to again give you a perspective from the ground. The first Uber driver that we spoke to, the young man who couldn't afford his rent. Now, he lives in Philadelphia, a crowded city, and he was going for Trump. Now, Philadelphia is predominantly blue, but he was breaking ranks and going for Trump because he couldn't afford his rent. And he also wants to stop the wars in the Middle East, and he thinks Trump will not spend money on wars. That's his perception. Another Uber driver, completely different profile, a white woman, young again, and she also went for Trump. And I asked her actually about reproductive rights and how she felt about that and the overturning of the Roe versus Wade. And she was very clear in her outlook to us, saying that she felt these are decisions made by the state, and she still trusted Trump overall with women's issues, and also for her, just like men and many other ethnicities in the United States, it has come down to the pocketbook. She was concerned about her wallet, and she just trusts Trump more with that, as she told us, over Kamala Harris. So this is Philadelphia, predominantly blue, and we were still meeting a lot of people who voted for Trump. And when it comes to the state, it's such a large state. It's made of these huge cities, but also very industrial areas, also rural areas, a lot of farmland. And then fracking was another big issue, whether to frack or not. So yes, Pennsylvania going for Trump is